So after 6 years, we finally got a sequel to 2019's Death Stranding. In this entire stories video, we'll be looking at the complete story from Kojima Productions' Death Stranding. After the first game got some criticism for being boring, which was warranted, as those first 5 or so hours were a slog, and being branded a walking simulator, the sequel came in hot with a load more action and even meatier but equally complex plot, but with the deliveries along with other game mechanics refined. It brought in new characters and brought back some old ones. The music in the game was, like the first game, phenomenal, with Ludwig Forsell and other artists like Woodkid really bringing home the more melancholic moments and adding lots of raw emotion. Plenty happened prior to the events of the games, and there's a hell of a lot of terminology in this world and story, so we'll begin by unpacking the history and the state of the world. The second game is only recently released, and this video would have come sooner if not for a heatwave, but also because I wanted to make sure that I experienced everything that the game had to offer, because as is often true with games of this size, it's easy to miss things that can paint a better picture of the narrative. Before we proceed, it's mad that I have to say this, but I do get people coming to these story videos and whinging about spoilers, so here's your spoiler warning for the whole of the Death Stranding story. First term we need to look at is the term voidout. All over the world these voidouts started to occur. These voidouts caused a large explosion on the same scale as a nuclear bomb, which would leave a large crater in its wake. The first of these voidouts happened in Manhattan, in which a doctor delivering a baby via an emergency cesarean on a mother that had been brain dead for 7 months touched the umbilical cord and saw something in the operating theatre. A voidout occurred soon afterwards. At first, humanity was dumbfounded as to what was causing these voidouts. The truth was that matter had been touched by something made up of antimatter. These two particles touching would create a huge amount of energy, hence the voidout, and the voidout would pretty much annihilate any matter caught in its blast. Over time, these voidouts ripped apart humanity and civilization, and the world as we knew it changed forever. At some point in time, the dead had begun to find their way into the mortal world. They'd crossed over from the other side, and these entities were called BTs, or beach things. And these BTs, made up of antimatter, would come into contact with matter, the living, and as we just explained, this created the voidouts. But how did these BTs make their way into the mortal world? They did this via locations called the beach. Every living person has a beach, thought to be connected to human consciousness. And beaches are also a place where time flows differently. A second in the real world can equate to months or even years on the beach, and some beaches are thought to be shared with other humans, those who have all died at the same time. After a human being dies, their body would start to go necro, which means it succumbs to the process of necrosis. A corpse disposal team would then take the body to an incinerator within 48 hours in order to prevent this. The person's soul would then pass on to the world of the dead. Now this is where it links into BTs. If a body goes necro, the soul will think that it still belongs in the real world, and it attempts to return to its body, but of course that body is dead. That soul then becomes stranded with nowhere to go. There are 3 types of BTs: gazers, which are blind, that can be walked past if done so very quietly. There are hunters that emerge from a strange black tar and attempt to drag people into it, and finally, catchers. These huge BTs are thought to be a mashup of dead people's bodies, and they swallow a human being whole, and this is what causes a voidout. BTs are trapped in between life and death. It was essentially discovered that these events and the subsequent BTs were the lead up to a cataclysmic world event called the Death Stranding. So what is a Death Stranding? A Death Stranding is an event that has happened 5 times before in history. The first Death Stranding took place around 440 million years ago and took place at the end of the Ordovician period, which was within the Paleozoic era. The apex predator, or the dominant species at this time, was thought to have been a tentacled creature called a cephalopod. These were distant relatives of the squid and octopus and were thought to grow up to 9 feet in length. Another was the extinction of the dinosaurs. It was previously thought that a meteor was the natural disaster responsible for this extinction, but in truth, it was brought about after dinosaurs had become the dominant species. We're seeing a pattern here. These extinction events are brought about by an extinction entity, with it not being obvious who the entity is as they all look the same as those around them. These entities are essentially godlike beings that are created by the universe itself to bring about mass extinction of the dominant species at that time, by sacrificing them, basically. This time round, it is humanity that is the apex, or the dominant species on the planet. The Death Stranding and the resultant BTs and voidouts attached to it are now causing humans to disconnect and to live distant and isolated lives. And as a result, humans are now on the brink of extinction. line with the Death Stranding, some strange things started happening to the climate and the environment. Rain would fall from the sky, but this was not any normal rain. This rain was called timefall, which aged everything it touched. Structures and people too. It's thought that timefall comes about from clouds containing a substance known as Chiralium. More on that next. It comes from the beach, therefore it only materialized in the real world once the Death Stranding was underway. Because time on the beach flows differently, the rain steals time, essentially, hence it aging everything it touches. After it's fallen, it instantly turns into normal rainwater. Because of timefall's connection to the beach, it is most often seen in areas with BTs and is signified by an inverted rainbow. The members of humanity that remained came to fear both BTs and the timefall, and they lived a life of seclusion in the cities that remained, locking their doors, not letting any outsiders in, and this tore society apart even further. New creatures started appearing too. Cryptobiotes appeared, which apparently boost a person's blood levels, and different ones appear depending on their environment. Around the time of the Death Stranding taking place, regular human beings began suffering from a very strange condition known as dooms. These sufferers of the condition would experience visions that were being shared with them, horrible visions and nightmares of extinction. But let's link this into Chiralium. So we spoke of timefall, how its properties affect the passing of time and how it originates from the beach. It's in Earth's atmosphere as well. Chiralium itself emits chiral radiation, which is of course bad for humans, and people that came into contact with high levels of the stuff suffered from headaches, depression and insomnia. However, Doom's sufferers appear to have a high resistance to it. Doom's was considered by some to be the next phase of human evolution. Chiral clouds also grounded aeroplanes, and as the world had come to rely on robots, the world essentially came to a standstill. Anyway, back to Chiralium. Allergies to Chiralium are seen in sufferers by way of a chiral rash, or tears in areas with high chiral density. Doom sufferers are also connected with the beach, with their Doom's level also determining the strength of said connection. The presence of Chiralium is also obvious by a large quantity of chiral crystals, which are golden clusters resembling hands. These crystals can be collected and stored in a special device and are extremely buoyant. This substance is also used as a fuel source, but only in small quantities, as large quantities of it can be very unstable. Finally, a person's Doom's level appears to be connected to their date of birth, or more so which constellation they were born under, with Cancer, Pisces, Cetus, Gigas, and Delphinus being linked to those with higher Doom's levels. At the time, America and the world was hit by the first Voidout, with this Voidout claiming the life of the President of the United States of America. A new president was appointed, and that was Bridget Strand, with her becoming the last president of the USA. She established an organization, and its main goal was to rebuild America through establishing something called the Chiral Network. Think of it like internet. This would be done with a piece of technology called the Cupid. It was designed by some twins who were scientists called Mama and Lochner. They're also Doom's sufferers, and the Cupid was only able to be used by people suffering from Dooms due to the fact that it contains high levels of Chiralium inside its circuitry. Chiral network data would be passed through various beaches, which, in line with what we've already discussed, experienced time differently, and this resulted in instantaneous real-world data transfer. Bridges would also specialize in corpse disposal, medical care, security, goods delivery, and so on. Those suffering from Dooms would also meet with and speak to counselors specializing in Dooms. Then came the research into bridge babies, or BBs for short. These babies were taken from brain-dead mothers at a term of 7 months. Therefore, these babies were bound to the world of the dead. It was Bridges' theory that these babies could be used by another human being in order to properly sense BTs, thanks to their connection to the other side. They were to be kept in pods which would simulate the environment of the mother's womb, and they had to be kept in a special incubator after use, and this was in order to keep the baby fooled into the belief that it is indeed inside an actual womb, and this data is then transmitted from an actual brain-dead mother in an ICU and fed back to the incubator via the chiral network. They are kept in use, being viewed as nothing more than equipment, and are disposed of after about a year. The BB pod is linked to a device called an Odrodeck, via what acts as an umbilical connection. It's strictly forbidden to ever remove a BB from its pod, as doing so could badly injure the baby. Naturally, the public found out about the nature of these experiments, and Bridget had the BB program shut down and all the records of the experiments destroyed or made redacted. But these would remain ongoing, in secret. There's a more nefarious reason for these experiments, but we'll get to that later on in the story. Let's discuss our protagonist, Sam. After his parents died, Sam was adopted by Bridget Strand, who had a daughter, Amelie. Sam venerated Amelie and held her in very high regard, and the two were very close. Despite having adopted him, Bridget wasn't very emotionally available for Sam growing up. You see, Sam also had dooms, and he would suffer the same awful nightmares. Sam made Amelie a necklace called a kipu, and in return she gave young Sam a dream catcher to help with his nightmares. Sam would grow up to work for Bridges and would become a porter, with porters, especially those with dooms, being extremely valuable. As I mentioned earlier, robot deliveries had at one point pretty much stopped due to chiralium density, so human porters were utilised and were crucial in keeping everything running smoothly. Sam, though, due to his childhood trauma, had developed a condition. Bridget had approached a Bridges counsellor called Lucy and had asked her to see Sam as he suffered from a condition called aphenphosmophobia, which was a fear of being touched, and this was due to a lack of affection shown from a motherly figure, Bridget. Sam was also something known as a repatriate, because at some point in his life his connection to the world of the dead was severed, so if he dies he ends up in a place called the Seam and he is able to control his soul, guiding it back to his body. This is repatriation. At first, Lucy attributed Sam's dooms to something else, even cult brainwashing, but after Sam showcased his ability to repatriate and his inability to die, Sam and Lucy grew closer and they eventually got married, with Lucy falling pregnant, with her and Sam already choosing to call the child Lou. Sam's aphenphosmophobia had soon disappeared, but tragedy would soon strike. Because of Lucy being pregnant with Sam's baby, a doom sufferer, she would share in the nightmares and visions that he was experiencing. This tormented her, and it was reported that Lucy ended herself while Sam was out on a Bridges delivery run. When he had returned, Lucy had already gone necro and Sam got caught in a voidout, which in turn destroyed the town they were living in. Because of Sam's ability to repatriate, he was able to come back and was the sole survivor of this voidout. He left Bridges soon after, and over the next decade he became an independent porter, in doing so establishing himself as somewhat of a legend. He would drop the name Strand and simply called himself Sam Porter Bridges. This now leads us into the events of the first game. Sam is undertaking a delivery and stops, spotting an inverted rainbow signaling the coming of timefall. He puts his hood up, his porter suit made from a timefall resistant material. Needing to get his cargo to its destination as the timefall will eventually destroy the protective container, and because timefall usually indicates the presence of BTs, he moves on. He ends up being surprised by a woman appearing out of nowhere, and this forces him off of his trike as he crashes, and his trike ends up going over the cliff, much to Sam's dismay. Forced to take shelter in a nearby cave, Sam looks at a photo of himself with Bridget and Lucy, who remember was pregnant with his child when she died. He drops the photo and timefall ages it, now obscuring Lucy's face. But there's now a bigger problem. A BT has arrived, having followed Sam into the cave, and he can sense it thanks to his dooms, and because of the high chiral density, he gets chiral rash. He must stay incredibly still, as getting caught by the BT could result in a void out. His arm is grabbed by the woman he saw before, who tells him to stay quiet. She can see the BT as her dooms level is higher than Sam's. After a tense moment, the BT leaves the area, and the woman introduces herself as Fragile. Sam says that he's heard of her and the private courier company she runs, the Fragile Express. She offers Sam a job. She says that Fragile Express has plenty of traitors, and that there's not many of them left. She shows her hand and reveals that her body has been severely damaged by timefall. Fragile then leaves, rather instantaneously. The truth is that Fragile possesses a rather unique ability to use the beach in order to jump to different locations due to the time differences between the beach and the real world. Continuing on with his delivery, Sam reaches Central Fort Knott, one of the remaining cities in America. Sam, after delivering his cargo, sees a truck approaching and he speaks with Igor, a Bridges operative and a member of the corpse disposal team. He's wearing one of the BBs. As Igor doesn't suffer from dooms, he needs the BB in order to help him know where the BTs are. Igor has a body that needs disposing of. It's in the process of going necro, and they need to get it incinerated and fast. This person apparently ended themselves, and the body has only just been discovered. Unfortunately, the closest incinerator is via a route that is crawling with BTs, but they have no other option. They can't burn the body either, as it will put high levels of chiralium in the air close to the populated city. Igor needs Sam's help, and he reluctantly agrees to assist them. They set off, but they soon run into trouble. driver being dragged into the tar by Hunter BTs, Igor shoots him dead in order to prevent a void out. A mysterious man then floats down onto the truck's wreckage, himself being equipped with a BB it seems, and he puts his finger to his mouth, warning them to keep quiet. Igor then, because of the BB, is able to see the BTs and fires at them, and then the hunters try to grab him. He detaches the BB, telling Sam to run, and seeing no way out of their situation and in an attempt to prevent a void out which would destroy Central Fort Knot, he attempts to shoot himself, but this fails. As he's lifted into the air, he attempts to stab himself. Sam keeps the BB close, and thanks to the BB, he's able to see it. A massive BT eats Igor and triggers a void out. Afterwards, Sam is still alive since he's a repatriate, and with the BB stands in front of the crater where Central Fort Knot used to be. The city has been completely obliterated. A bit later on, after Sam had passed out by the crater, he wakes to find himself in a private room and sees that he's being cuffed to the bed. He speaks with a recent Bridges recruit who calls himself Deadman. Deadman works on the medical team. He's a former coroner and was actually born from a test tube. His organs are the organs from dead people, hence his name. Due to this, he also does not have a beach. Anyway, Deadman tells Sam that the cufflink is a device that keeps everyone connected. This means, of course, that Bridges can see exactly where Sam is at any time. Marvellous. Sam is thrilled, naturally. And Sam discovers that he's been out for 2 days, and Deadman explains that they extracted some of his fluids from him, and he tells him his repatriate status makes him very special to Bridges. He explains that the BB is broken, and that it has been marked for disposal since it apparently does not work anymore. He explains that Central Knot City was very important, as that is where corpse disposal were based, along with Deadman's team and headquarters. Sam is in capital Knot City, which now functions as Bridges' new HQ. Deadman tells Sam he's got a job for him. Bridget, the president, is dying. Cancer. Deadman reveals that he's not actually there, but is projecting himself via a Chiralium-powered hologram called a chiralgram, and he needs Sam to deliver Bridget some morphine. He is reluctant to do so, but Deadman explains that Bridget wants to see him in person. So after Deadman leaves, Sam sets out for the isolation ward. Making it there, Sam meets Deadman in the flesh. He says that Bridget's condition has deteriorated and she's not got long left. Sam then goes to see her. There in the Oval Office with her is the director of Bridges, Di Hardman, who is a man who is fiercely loyal to President Strand. Hardman and Deadman both leave the room, giving Sam and Bridget an opportunity to speak to one another.
Are you doing all right? Yeah, I know you hate me.
Amelie.
You remember Amelie went west. Took her 3 years to cross. She's trying to rebuild the country.
Still going on about that, huh?
You're the one I wanted to send, Sam. Time's running out. Help Amelie. She needs you. Together, you can help us reconnect. You can make America whole. Sam, if we don't all come together again, humanity will not survive.
We don't need a country. Not anymore.
We do. Alone, we have no future.
No, America's finished. Bridget, you're the president of jack shit.
Sam, listen to me. Please. So you are willing to help me?
No, I...
love you, Sam. I'll be waiting for you on the beach.
Madam President! Oh, no.
Doctor, we need your help.
All hands on deck here. Jason B. Give me 150 cc's. She's not responding.
Stay with me. Madam President.
This is dropping. Hold on. We're losing her. Time of death?
Die Hardman pulls Deadman to the side and tells him that no one can know about Bridges' death, as Bridges would be finished. Sam speaks with Hardman and Deadman, who tell him that before she had died, Bridget made a contract with Sam, and he's now being forced to work with Bridges in order to rebuild the country. Bridget's body needs to be incinerated, and Bridges want to avoid another potential void-out by getting rid of the body as quickly as possible. He is also given the task of incinerating the BB that Igor had used. So Sam sets off for the incinerator located to the west of Capital Knot. It's located in the mountains away from the city because of the resulting chiralium that comes from burning the bodies. It's a long old slog, but Sam makes it there. He does what he was tasked with and incinerates Bridget's body. But when it comes to the BB, Sam ponders, and seeing the baby inside the pod, he can't bring himself to do it. In the meantime, the chiral density in the area has resulted in a downpour of heavy timefall.
Sam, what's your status? Chiralium density is still increasing.
My status is fucked. There's tons of them.
Must be from the bodies we couldn't get up to the incinerator in time. Comes with the territory, I'm afraid.
Can you sit out the rain?
No. They're closing in on my position. I have to move before they realize I'm in here.
Sam, if one of those things eats you, it'll trigger a void out. You'll come back, sure, but the surrounding area will still be a crater.
I got an idea.
Hooking himself up to the BB pod, Sam experiences a strange vision. It's from the point of view of what seems to be the BB. A man is holding the pod with blood on his face, and an alarm rings out. Slightly taken aback by this vision, Sam's Udra deck starts to respond, and he heads outside and is now able to see the particles of the BTs. He works his way through them, careful not to let them detect him, and he heads back towards the city. Later arriving in Capital Knot City, Sam learns that if a Doom Sufferer hooks up to a bridge baby, a sort of feedback loop is created, containing memories and feelings, which does a bit to explain the weird vision he had earlier on. Die Hardman asks Sam to go to the president's office. Before that, connecting to the BB again, he has another vision. This one is a memory of the man telling his BB not to worry, everything will be okay, and that he'll always be with them. The man then starts to sing to BB. After the vision, Deadman once again tells Sam that Doom Sufferers connecting to BBs is dangerous. He speaks of the president not wanting to see him with chiralium all over him and suggests he takes a shower. Sam is confused as the president is dead.
You're upset. Is this about BB-28?
Go fuck yourself. I'm not your errand boy.
Well, in any event, it seems it owes you its life.
No, we owe the kid our lives. You too.
As you say, I shall look after it. Give my regards to the president.
Sam then, after a shower and as requested, heads to the president's office and speaks with Die Hardman. He presents the face of the new America, Amelie. Naturally, with it being 10 years since they last saw each other, the atmosphere is a bit frosty. Die Hardman comments that Amelie hasn't aged a day, and she explains that it's because her body is on the beach. This is a phenomenon known as locked-in syndrome, in which a person is born on the beach. Her connection to the real world was Sam. Anyway, Amelie is the new president, Samantha America Strand. A new beginning in which the cities would unite and reconnect, with the nation becoming the UCA, the United Cities of America. Despite Die Hardman's passionate speech, Sam is like, nope. But they discussed the Bridges expedition that Amelie went on. She was leading this expedition, and at one point on their journey, the expedition would split in two, with Amelie's group heading west to the coast and the other headed to the south to Mexico. Community after community joined the UCA, and Bridges left behind some of their best people to help these communities rebuild. The expedition took them 3 years. However, upon making it to the Pacific to Edge Knot City, the team was wiped out, and Amelie was taken by a terrorist group calling themselves Homo Demons. These terrorists engineer Voidouts. Amelie is being held in Edge Knot City, which the terrorists have control of. Sam considers that the so-called self-deletion in Central Knot, along with the subsequent Voidout, was engineered by this group. Amelie says that if humanity doesn't come together again, it won't survive. And she says that not everyone was willing to accept Bridges' message and refused to join the UCA, instead choosing to remain isolated.
They think that America can only be rebuilt by force, by men who tell them what to do, who take away their freedom and put them in shackles.
What'd you put on me, huh? You know better than the demons. Just another kind of cult.
They're not shackles, Sam. They're a symbol of our bonds. That's what we need right now. Not to stand apart, but to come together, to form chiral knots and reconnect.
Sam, we want you to go west and finish what Amelie started. The people she left behind have been hard at work, setting up chiral network terminals. But these terminals are still isolated. We need you to bring them online. And for that, you'll need a Cupid. This contains all the necessary security and operations protocols to integrate a terminal into the chiral web. Take the Cupid west, Sam, and reconnect the people of our great nation. And when you get to Edge Knot City, find Amelie and bring her home.
After that, I'll take over the presidency and carry on Mother's work to save the country.
This was Bridges' dying wish. This is how we'll move forward.
Please, Sam. We need you.
I'm Sam Porter Bridges now. I'm not a Strand. Hell, I'm not even part of this outfit. You all saw to that. I'm not getting involved with you or anyone else ever again.
Wait!
See? It's like I'm not even here. Same as it ever was.
Sam! Sam! Listen to me. America needs you. Both of you.
Yeah, covering the world in cable didn't bring an end to war and suffering. Don't act surprised when it all comes apart if you try to do it again. Round and round it goes. Connect, reconnect, it's not that simple.
All right, Sam. Just take it easy. I get it. You don't have to commit to anything now. Why not get some rest?
After getting some rest, Sam hears from another man named Hartman. He says that he is dedicated to researching the secrets of the beaches, the Death Stranding, Dooms, and Repatriates. From now on, whenever he showers, takes a dump or urinates, Hartman takes samples of it and researches it, hopefully finding some answers in the process. Whilst chilling in his private room, Die Hardman pays a visit. Sam tells Hardman that he will do what he has to. He'll reconnect America, but his main purpose is so he can save Amelie from her captors. Sam then gears up and gets ready to head out, and Deadman then arrives.
These shoes look like they've done some serious miles. Shall I dispose of them?
Wait. Hold on. There's something I want you to look into. My blood seemed to set those things off. Happened more than once.
Set them off? How do you mean?
I don't know. You took my blood, didn't you? You tell me.
Plugging into BB, Sam experiences yet another memory. This one is of the BB in its pod, presumably taking place before the other memories Sam has seen. A woman lies on a bed inside a protective unit of some sort. A mysterious man is there too, and he says sorry to the woman, and he has a gun. It's then that the man takes the BB pod off of its stand and carries it out of the room. The memory then ends. Accessing the terminal there, Sam gets his first order. He is to head west and extend the chiral network to Port Knot City. Unfortunately, the network can't stretch that far at once, so Sam will need to get other sites connected that will act as waypoints for the signal to gradually extend itself out to Port Knot City successfully. He picks up some cargo for George Batten, who is stationed out at one of the way stations on the way, and the cargo is some smart drugs. Sam then sets out on his long journey to connect the nation and to rescue Amelie. Powering his way through Timefall along with avoiding numerous BTs, Sam makes it to the way station and uses the Cupid to bring it online. These terminals were installed during the expedition and were called knots. The Cupid is designed to work with these terminals to bring the chiral network to that knot, and this will eventually extend the network across the entire country. Due to the high chiral nature of this process, Sam experiences buoyancy and he sheds chiral tears, which remember is a manifestation of dooms, and an allergic reaction to chiralium. After this, Sam speaks with Hardman, and his next port of call is a distribution centre, and Sam can also deliver some cargo to it. There's quite a lot of it, but thankfully Sam's legs, back and shoulders are made of pure granite, so he can effectively haul this heavy cargo to its destination. Sam, after avoiding more BTs, then makes it to the distribution centre and brings it into the network. Using the private room there, Sam places the BB into the incubator. It's a bit distressed and it needs to be comforted, and led to believe that it's inside a real womb. Deadman tells Sam that it's likely that this BB will need to be retired during this mission, which unsettles Sam a little bit. BB recovers sufficiently, as does Sam, who managed to get some sleep. He is awoken by Amelie, who despite being held hostage is being allowed to make calls via chiralgrams. She says that humanity are supposed to come together to help one another, but that no one is. She says that she'll be waiting, and she leaves. While Sam is taking a shower, Hartman makes contact and says that he's going to use Sam's fluid so he can study why the BTs react to his blood. He asks Sam to use these fluids on a BT in order to see how they react. After getting his rest, Sam heads back up and sees another memory. This one is of the man having a heated conversation with someone about them going back on their word, which was that they'd save BB. The other person there, out of view, a woman, is saying that they're doing everything they can. The man then calls this woman the woman in the mask, and the memory then ends. Asking Deadman about these memories and asking who the man is, Deadman does not know, but surmises that the man is potentially one of Bridges' medical staff. Before heading out again, Sam receives a special device from Hartman, which is used for collecting and distributing chiral crystals. As explained earlier, these crystals manifest as hand-like golden growths that come out of the ground. Next, Sam heads to the wind farm nearby, crucial for power, and this brings the facility online too. Deadman makes contact and says that using Sam's fluids, they're close to completing a prototype for a weapon to potentially use against BTs. Connecting to the BB again, Sam sees another vision, this one of the man teaching the BB about Earth's history, and tells the BB that soon they'll be able to go wherever they want. After leaving, Sam is now heading towards Port Knot City. Dropping off the aid cargo, Sam connects Port Knot City to the chiral network. The man here is called Victor, and he's Igor's big brother. He notices the BB on Sam's torso and recognizes it as his brother's. Sam informs him that his brother died during a corpse disposal gone wrong. Sam picks up hematic grenades, and these are grenades made from Sam's own blood. Amelie thanks Sam for connecting Port Knot City. She says that Port Knot, using the chiral network, will be able to build ships, and the waters will be theirs again. She does warn Sam though that cities that are put on the network will be inevitably targeted by terrorists like the Homo Demons, but this is a necessary risk. Speaking with Victor again, he says that Fragile Express has a ship that is headed west, and it's being loaded there in the port. Sam can use the ship to head west to Lake Fort Knot. Thunder is heard outside, but Victor assures Sam that rain never comes to Port Knot. After getting some rest, Sam heads upstairs and sees another vision of the man who had bought the BB an astronaut keychain. Stepping out onto the surface again, Sam finds that everything has gone very dark. Timefall is heavy and Sam sees dead crabs everywhere. His Udra deck starts to spin, meaning that the BB is sensing something. Hunters then emerge from the tar and try to grab him, dragging him to the middle of a tar lake. The strange man that Sam saw before then shows up.
The name's Higgs, the particle of God that permeates all existence. So it was you that dragged him into all this. vowed but unvowed. What's that? Bridget Strand is dead. America's last president dead and burned. Oh, and now the girl's been chosen to take Mommy's place. Well, that won't wash. She's not cut out for politics, is she? Oh, but don't worry. I'll find her. And I'll keep her real safe. You see, I've come to understand the truth of the Death Stranding. Oh, there's so much you people don't know. The girl, for instance, she's not like you or me. Dooms ain't her thing. And she's more into destruction on a worldwide scale. An extinction entity. Oh, it's so hard to form connections when you can't shake hands. Fortunately, I've got a good connection to the other side. Now you're no bridge. To me, I'm bound to all of it. This world, that world, and our sweet little angel of death. You're on the menu. All it'll take is one itty-bitty void out to blow us all to kingdom come. So how about it? Aren't you getting tired of the grind? Isn't this what you've been waiting for this whole time? A game over.
Having to fight the massive BT, careful not to be eaten by it, Sam defeats it using the hematic grenades made up from his blood. Killing it, the BT then crystallizes into Chiralium, and Port Knot City is safe. Sam then moves towards the ship and is approached by Fragile. She explains that Higgs leads a separatist group, and that group is the Homodemons. She says that she used to work with Higgs, and Sam instantly assumes that she worked with terrorists. Fragile says that Higgs changed, that he wasn't like he is now back then. Sam asks Fragile what her angle is, whether she wants to destroy the world or to save it. She simply replies that she wishes things were different. Boarding the Fragile Express, they head west, eventually arriving in Lake Knot City. Grabbing his cargo, Sam makes for Lake Knot and delivers it, putting them on the chiral network too. Amelie thanks Sam again and tells him that after they connected the cities on their previous expedition, the cities contracted Fragile Express to keep things running. Unfortunately, this didn't last long, as Higgs' separatists carried out attacks and destroyed Middle Knot City and half of South Knot City. Due to this, many people have isolated themselves again and want nothing more to do with the UCA, so Sam will have a difficult job trying to get these people to join the network. Die Hardman echoes what Amelie said and tells Sam that he'll need to get the local preppers on board first before he can get the cities on board because, as said before, these shelters need to be bought online in order to strengthen the network connection to the main cities. Sam first needs to extend the network from Lake Knot City, where he currently is, to South Knot City. He says that these people probably don't like the UCA much, but seem to be good with Fragile Express, so Die Hardman says to use the credentials of Fragile Express to get in good with the preppers. Die Hardman says that Fragile agreed to this, but it's because she wants revenge on Higgs, as he had taken everything from her. Don't worry, we'll cover what Higgs did to her later on. Whilst he's getting some rest in a private room, Fragile wakes him up and gives him something that will ID him as a member of Fragile Express. With it, the preppers will be able to see that Sam is to be trusted.
We were the only people making deliveries out here. This was our territory. Until Higgs fucked it all up. Me, the Express, our reputation, all of it.
And now you want to fuck him back. On your own.
I'm not on my own. The cave. Port Knot City. Next to your bed. So far apart, yet somehow we keep meeting. All that BT country in between where I should have been caught in Voidout. Yet here I am. Here I am.
You can use the beach?
I have a beach. You've got yours. I've got mine. I use it to jump across space. I can't conjure out BTs the way Higgs can, but I can go after him, chase him to the beach. Problem is, everyone's got their own way in. I'm only allowed to pass through the beach I know and understand. I'm sure you've heard the term multiverse.
You all right?
The jumps take a lot out of me. Suck my blood dry. You're going to Edge Knot City, right? Place is full of terrorists. But if you're dead set on it, then you're gonna have to deal with Higgs sooner or later.
Look, I make deliveries, killing monsters and terrorists. It's not what I do.
What if we did it together? I could use my power to help you. We don't have to want the same thing to be on the same side. I could send you across my beach to any place the Chiralium's thick enough. Any place connected to the chiral network.
What do you expect in return?
I expect you to think it over. Here. Call it an incentive. And call me if you need me.
Heading to the first prepper station, the reception is frosty, to say the least. After getting the prepper stations online, Sam needs to go to a bandit camp and retrieve a stolen system server belonging to Lake Knot City. It was sent out for repairs and was stolen by mules, but this server had information on an automated delivery system, which will use the chiral network. This automated bot delivery system also eliminates the risk of voidouts too. But in case you're wondering, mules are former porters who succumb to a mental disease known as drone syndrome, and this results in an obsession with porter work or cargo delivery in general. They are scared of voidouts, so use non-lethal force when attacking. The mules want the server for the chiral crystals inside it, along with the rare earth minerals. Anyway, Sam infiltrates their camp and retrieves the server, returning it to Lake Knot. After this, Sam needs to deliver the automated delivery to a distribution center to the south. Speaking with Fragile, he wants to know what went on between her and Higgs, and she says that she'll tell him, but in person, at the distribution center. Getting there, Sam delivers the cargo and links the place up to the network. Mama, who is one of the twins that designed the Cupid, asks Sam to send the delivery bot on a test run, so Sam sends it on its maiden voyage. Going to the distribution center's private room, Sam gets some rest, and later on he gets a visit from Fragile, who has decided to take a shower in his room, during which Sam sees the timefall damage extends to her entire body from the neck down. Sam tells her that the preppers told him things about her being a terrorist, and she gives Sam the lowdown on Higgs.
Tell me, Sam, what does America mean to you? Way my dad made it sound, we were something special. The glue that held it all together. More than a nation. A symbol of freedom and hope. We could bring it all back if we kept on making deliveries and connecting people. He was sure of it. I was a wreck after he died. That's when Higgs made his pitch. Together, we can run packages from sea to shining sea. Back then, he had a monopoly west of here. We both stood to gain a lot from a partnership. Business was pretty good at first. But then, a year ago, when those fanatics started stirring up trouble, fuckers hijacked our system. Somehow they got a hold of our security passes and used them to sneak into cities. And just like that, we're delivering guns and bombs instead of medicine, and I didn't even know. We were just cogs in a terrorist machine. Higgs was behind it all. And on top of that, he got his hands on an old-school nuke that I ended up carrying right into Middle Knot City.
You telling me that?
Yeah. It was me. I blew it up. Could have been different if I wasn't so fucking blind. So I did everything in my power to stop South Knot City from getting destroyed. I tried to get the nuke out of the city. But Higgs was one step ahead. He took his pound of flesh and then some. Some wounds. They don't heal. Whatever time I've got left, the rain took. So there you have it. Everything's true. Except for all the lies. I don't give a damn about bridges or putting America back together. But I'm not about to let Higgs and some terrorists take my father's legacy and shit all over it. That's why I came to you. So, trust me now? I'll be there for you, Sam. All you have to do is call.
Sam delivers yet more cargo, including a Chiralium gauge to a weather station, wheat seed to a timefall farm, and components to a junk dealer. The junk dealer doesn't think too highly of Fragile, so refuses to join the network, but he soon changes his tune when Sam ends up having to deliver the junk dealer's wife, who he thought had died in the terrorist attacks. At each of these locations, Sam connects them to the network and therefore connects the entire grid to it. Taking on an order at Lake Knot City, the terminal informs Sam that they are not able to process the order. A bridges worker approaches Sam with some cargo and says that it got left out of the order and asks him to deliver it to the client who is Fragile. Taking it to the distribution center nearby, Sam takes some rest.
Oh, hi. Sam Bridges, I presume? Says here the client is Fragile herself. Careful. The contents are fragile.
Wrong?
Fragile. Son of a bitch, it was him.
What are you talking about?
The package I picked up for you, the one from Lake Knot.
Hold on, I wasn't expecting any package.
He said Fragile herself was the client. The system was down, so some Bridges delivery guy had to hand it over in person.
Who?
Look, the point is, it was Higgs.
Come on, I need to see it now. It's a nuke! Not again. The bastards can't do this to me again. The timer's already started. I can't stop it. We only have one option. Sam, we've got to get rid of it. Take it down to the crater next to South Knot. It's a tar pit, damn near bottomless. If we chuck it in there, we just might have a chance.
Rushing to Crater Lake with the nuke, Sam successfully gets rid of it. The explosion is thankfully contained within the lake. Fragile shows up, and Sam asks what exactly Higgs did to her.
By the time I realized what Higgs was planning, the nuke was already at the city gates. I followed the delivery truck and somehow managed to carry the bomb to safety. But Higgs had been on to me from the start. He caught me red-handed outside the gates, nuke still cradled in my arms like a child. So, as punishment, he strips me down to nothing. And then he makes it rain.
Fragile, I got a proposition for you. Do you want to live out your days as damaged goods? Or would you rather take damage for the goods?
Get to the point.
All right. If all you want is to save yourself, you just have to jump. However, if you want to see this altruistic streak of yours through, then you'll have to carry my nuke to the bottomless pit and toss it in. Oh, sure, you'll be the city's savior. But you will have to walk naked through Timefall to do it. Trade a lot of your time for a little bit of the city's? Hell, seems like a fair exchange to me.
You see, the truth is, I don't much care for my face. That's why I hide it. Oh, but you just love yours, don't you? I bet Daddy was real proud. Oh. Don't worry, I won't mess it up. See, I want your face to be a kind of testament.
Why did you do it? Why did you betray me?
Because I found someone who completes me. Someone who doesn't need me to wear a mask. Oh. Word to the wise. Even if you do save South Knot, you'll always be the nut job who blew up Middle Knot. Oh, and that pretty face of yours will always be remembered as the face of a terrorist. They'll never stop hunting you. Believe me, I know. Oh, they can slap a sticker on you, but you're still gonna break in transit. Oh. So, what's it gonna be?
I'll take the damage and the goods. I don't break that easy.
Well, good luck with that.
I'll take the damage. I don't break that easy. I'll take the damage and the goods. I don't break that easy. Because I'm fragile, but I'm not that fragile.
Sam tells her that she is a hero, but she says that she's not, as she's regretted that decision ever since. She says that she's going to make Higgs regret ever crossing her. She says that she can't kill him though, as he's way more powerful now than he was back then. She tells Sam that he could kill him. She does ask Sam to leave Higgs alive for her though, as there is something she wants to ask him to his face, and that is why he betrayed her. Despite all that drama, Sam still has a job to do, so he needs to push on to South Knot City. Arriving, Sam delivers the cargo and puts South Knot on the network. Amelie thanks Sam for saving South Knot City and says that he's halfway to reconnecting people and making them whole again. She says there's something she needs to tell him, but then her transmission disappears. Die Hardman appears and says that he'll look into why it happened. Mama makes contact and she says that she's sensing a chiral spike and the numbers are off the charts. Sam goes outside to investigate, but something known as a supercell appears above the city and sucks Sam inside of it. Sam appears to have been taken to a place where World War I is underway. Needing to find out how he got there and why he's there, Sam needs to move fast. It's here that Sam meets and fights the combat veteran, who is flanked by what seem to be undead soldiers. To Sam's surprise, the combat veteran is the man he's been seeing in the visions when he plugs into the BB pod. This place obviously has some connection to the man's anger, battles and war, and he keeps talking about how he wants his BB back. Defeating the man, Sam approaches him, but the man tries to grab the BB pod, appearing to try and take it from Sam. He then sees another vision. Sam is then transported from this place and back to South Knot again. Mama makes contact and tells Sam that the moment he stepped outside, the storm stopped. She tells Sam that he was only gone for a second or two, which makes sense, as it was a beach that he went to. Sam now needs to head to Mama's lab so she can access the Cupid, as ever since they'd designed it, Mama had doubts about its viability in the long term. Die Hardman says that this is what could be causing the high chiral density. Arriving at her lab, Sam's BB immediately senses a BT in the lab with them. To his shock, it's a BT that's a baby. He then meets Mama, who says that it's okay. This is Mama, but her real name is Malingan. She cradles the BT baby like it's a human, and she reveals that it's attached to her via an umbilical cord, and that this BT is actually her daughter. Mama then shows Sam the storm graph, and shows that it did indeed only last a few seconds, and that it then went back to normal. She plays the audio from Sam's cufflink and it supports his story of him being transported to some sort of war zone. She theorizes that Sam got trapped between the two different space-times. Another chiral spike then happens and Mama's daughter, the BT, appears to be crying, and it's happening a lot more recently. When it comes to the Cupid, she says that she installed special limiters in it, ensuring that the chiral levels were kept under control. She says the limiter in Sam's Cupid seems faulty and suggests the possibility that if Sam carries on extending the network, more of these supercells may start appearing, or worse, they cause another Death Stranding. She gives him a different Cupid. They need to sync up the software with the new hardware, but the only problem is that the software was designed by someone else, and that is her sister, who you'll recall from earlier is called Lochner. She is based up in Mountain Knot City. Yep, another long trek is in store. As Sam is going to leave, Mama's baby BT starts to cry again. Sam plugs his BB in and sees a BT trying to take Mama's child, and Mama tells Sam why her daughter is a BT.
She was due. I was in the hospital waiting for a C-section. Then the terrorists hit us. I was pinned under the rubble. Nothing to do but wait and wait. Felt like forever. But no one came. They said air and water. I don't know how many days went by. The water ran dry and the cold set in. I gave birth there in the rubble. But instead of bringing life into the world, I brought death. My baby started to cry. She cried. Her life was the price I had to pay to survive. She saved me. And we've been together ever since. But she's a BT. The ties that bind her to this place bind me too. You could say I've never really been discharged.
And you're okay with that? I mean, you know she's gone. You want to live your life in the shadow of the dead?
Come on. You, of all people, you chose the dead over the living. Why else would you be here?
She takes a sample of Sam's blood as she wants to study his special repatriate's blood. Sam then leaves Mama to it, as he needs to head into Mountain Knot City. First getting the way stations online, Sam hears from Die Hardman, who tells him that a distribution center to the north of the city just sent an SOS call with injured Bridges staff in need of assistance, so Sam needs to deliver blood transfusion packs. Getting to the distribution center, Sam delivers the much needed cargo. Afterwards, the person in charge of the center says that it was an attack as someone slipped explosives into a parcel. The finger is pointed at Higgs and his band of separatists. Sam puts the distribution center on the network. He gets some rest but has a nightmare of Amelie being killed by Higgs, with him taking the Kipu that he gave her. He wakes up and Amelie is there saying that Edge Knot City is destroyed and that everyone there is dead and BTs are everywhere. She says she wanted Sam to know that she is safe and she tells him to keep building the chiral network. Sam notices that Amelie is not wearing her Kipu, which he finds strange, and she then disappears. Sam then sets out for the last location in the region, that of Mountain Knot City. Having made it to Mountain Knot City, Sam speaks with Lochner. She tells Sam they want no part of Bridges' chiral network or the UCA. He tries to talk to her, but she's not interested in what he has to ask. Die Hardman says they need to convince Lochner, who was part of the expedition's second group, to join the UCA and the network. He says Mama and Lochner are both geniuses with dooms. He says that after Mama's accident, Lochner left Bridges with a serious grudge, and they haven't spoken since. Returning to Mama's lab to speak with her, she has made a cufflink upgrade that will allow Sam to sever the umbilical cord of a BT. This will return it to the world of the dead. She asks Sam to try them out on her baby BT. She explains that she has problems with her eggs, and Lochner has problems with her uterus. Neither of them can have children, but with Lochner's eggs with a member of Bridges' sperm, and using Mama's uterus, Mama was able to act as a surrogate for the baby, if you like. Then the terror attack happened. Anyway, she realizes that they can't stay there in the lab, and Sam cuts the cord of the baby BT, and she passes over to the world of the dead. Mama mourns, and then Sam gets ready to take Mama away from there, and to Mountain Knot City and to her sister. But there's a problem outside by way of Higgs.
I had a special surprise prepped and everything. But it looks to me like your hands are full. It's no biggie. We can always tweak the rules a bit.
Get ready, Sam. It's coming.
Woo! He looks hungry. All you gotta do to make it out alive is not get eaten. Sound like fun? Of course it does.
Fighting off and killing the massive BT, Sam grabs Mama and gets her to Mountain Knot City, where after a long time, she reunites with Lochner.
Lingan, no. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I love you so much. I love you so much. It's good to hear your voice again. I shouldn't have kept you in the dark. Tried to save her. I couldn't. You don't have to say it anymore. Look, man. You need to fix his Cupid. I couldn't save our child, but you can save our world. Only you. I love you. You hear me? Forever. And always. Now, make the world whole, okay? Just like you make me. All that she went through, I had no idea. I thought she'd severed our bond on purpose, that she stole our child and ran. I fixed your Cupid like she asked. The limiter should be functioning properly now. Before I sat down to work, I took a long, hard look at the code. I'm pretty sure someone's tweaked it. Either that or my memory's going to pieces.
Someone rewrote your code?
Rewrote might be overstating it. Let's just say it wasn't the latest version I released. And yet, because of it, I was finally reunited with Monaghan. Could be we found our culprit already. She died beneath the rubble, with our child still inside her. Her Ka passed over to the other side, but her Ha remained, bound to our dead daughter. She knew all of this, of course. That's why she kept one cuff loose. Didn't want anyone seeing her vitals.
After this very strange moment where Mama and Lochner somehow become one, Die Hardman tells Sam that he was indeed taken to a battlefield from World War I. They still don't know what this place was exactly, but Die Hardman suggests it being another dimension. He points out the time discrepancies, with Sam claiming to have been gone for hours, but only seconds in the real world, and surmises that Sam may have been pulled into the combat veteran's very own beach. He suggests that Sam go up into the snowy mountains and speak with Hartman about it, as beaches are his area of specialty. After getting some rest, Sam is distressed to find the BB pod is gone from the incubator. Thankfully, Deadman has it, and he says that the BB has a serious issue.
You may recall me explaining that these incubators connect BBs via the chiral network to their still mothers back at HQ. Bridge babies are quite literally bridges between this world and the other side. Their place is not here with us, nor with the BTs over there. They belong precisely in between, with no greater affinity for one world or the other. But BB-28 here has been leaning further and further towards the world of the living. Towards you, Sam.
That's because we're partners.
Partners? Sam, a BB's a tool, not a human being. Bridge, yes. Baby, no.
So tell me what the problem is.
This tool, this weapon, is transforming into a living being. It's gaining weight. Its brain activity is increasing. It's accumulating memories. BB-28 is becoming self-aware, becoming an actual child.
Doesn't sound like a problem to me.
It's hardware, Sam. Manufactured for a purpose that cannot fulfill outside the pod. There is a 70% risk of catastrophic failure simply in removing it. Which hardly matters because at this point, it'll cease functioning within a couple of days.
Cease functioning?
That's right. Not even the pod will be enough. It'll be bricked.
What do we do?
We reset it. You'll have to leave it with me, of course. I'll cut the cord that links the two of you and then perform an operation that reconnects it to the other side. Think of it as a little tug to correct its alignment, to put it back where it belongs, right between the world of the living and the dead. But like I said, you'll have to be without it for a while.
You're sure this'll work?
Of course. One catch, though. The surgery may erase its memories.
Erase? Will forget me?
Relax. The BB will still function as intended. You just have to trust me. Come on. I'm telling you, it's like a game. Just select retry and start again. And this is why I hate these things.
Getting into the shower with Deadman, he says that they can speak privately now, as Bridges tend to listen in. With his aphanphosmophobia going nuts, Deadman says that Die Hardman cannot know of what he's about to tell him. He tells Sam that the very first BB experiments were suspended by the government, and as we mentioned earlier, the experiments were cancelled, documents redacted, but the Bridge Baby experiments actually, and secretly, continued on the orders of Bridget.
Oh, she had big plans for them. They weren't designed just to be BT detectors. She wanted to incorporate them into the chiral network to facilitate travel to the beach. But none of her plans ever came to fruition. And now BB Tech has fallen into terrorist hands.
What's Die Hardman's part in this?
I'm afraid to find out. I don't know how long he was working for Strand. I don't even know his real name or his face. I thought you might, since you two go further back.
He was already wearing the mask when I met him. Something about burning his face.
Brian, sorry. Any data we have from back then is classified at the highest level. As far as I know, the director is the only one with clearance. But the chiral network presents a new opportunity. By compiling fragmented data in the public domain from all across the country, I might be able to piece together a little more of the puzzle. Be careful, Sam. They're watching.
Speaking with Die Hardman on the surface, he says that Amelie has informed them of a tar belt outside of Edgenorth City, and that there are BTs everywhere thanks to Higgs. Naturally, this means that Sam will need his BB back fairly quickly. In order to do so, Sam needs to increase chiral density in the area, and this will nurse the BB back to health again by increasing and strengthening the connection between the BB and his still mother back in the ICU. Without his BB, Sam begins the journey to put various shelters on the network, and doing so, he is able to increase the chiral density in the area. At some point, Lochner calls. Well, it's actually Mama, one body, one mind, one soul, and says that another supercell or vortex is headed their way and to Mountain Knot City, loaded with Chiralium. Next, Sam treks up the snowy, stormy mountains and needs to reach a cabin up there and meet up with Deadman, who has the BB. However, when he gets there...
Sam! Stay away! Sam!
Deadman and Sam got sucked into the supercell and were taken away to the Combat Veterans Beach, which this time seems to be during World War II. Deadman is, quite naturally, terrified. The combat veteran and his death squadron show up, and Sam eventually manages to meet Deadman in the tunnels. Sam gets the BB back, and Deadman floats the idea that maybe this is a special beach for the soldiers that died in battle during World War II. He also says that he's starting to realise that BB isn't just a tool or a piece of equipment. Sam reveals that he's named the BB Lou. Heading back up, Sam once again has to fight the combat veteran and defeat him if they're able to leave this place. Doing so, hearing calling out for his BB and defeating him and his soldiers, Sam approaches him and spotting the astronaut keychain, the man attacks Sam. Sam rips off the man's dog tags, revealing the name Clifford Unger. Sam sees another memory or vision, with this one being a memory of Clifford struggling, and he hears men shouting in the background. Who is this man and what's his connection? Sam is back in his private room and waking from a horrible nightmare in which Lou has been replaced by a creepy doll. Sam wakes for real and is relieved to see Lou is okay. Deadman arrives and Lou seems to have taken a shine to Deadman. Deadman says that he found out Lou was the name Sam was going to give to his baby, but of course the baby died in the void out that was caused by his wife, Lucy's body. He reveals that Sam was suspected of causing the void out, since he was the only survivor of the incident, and this is why Sam left Bridges and lived in seclusion, working freelance as Sam felt at least partially responsible for what had happened. Deadman then explains about how he was made from stem cells, and that he's Frankenstein's monster essentially, and that he joined Bridges to find out more about Beaches, since he does not have one of his own. Anyway, Deadman looked up Clifford Unger and reveals he was US Army Special Forces, and that he fought in Kosovo, Iraq and Afghanistan. But that's all he could find. He says that Die Hardman issue that he mentioned is no longer a concern, and he then leaves. Hartman then contacts and tells Sam about the heart and the car. He says that the heart is the body and the car is the soul. All of the humans' hearts occupy the same world, but the car all have beaches of their own. The beaches are given form by things like philosophy, religion, and beliefs. This explains why Clifford Unger's beach is a battlefield. These beaches form a multiverse, but as mentioned earlier in the video, if many people die at once, beaches can become entangled, creating what's known as a strand field. And these beaches cycle or loop endlessly. It is strange though why Clifford Unger's war beaches ended up resembling conflicts that he'd never actually fought in. Hartman says that he will be able to find out more if he's connected to the chiral network. Leaving, Sam sees a vision of another man walking into the room with Cliff, his wife, and the BB, and they have a short conversation. The man in the room appears to be called John, and the two of them know one another. Speaking with Hartman's chiralgram, he tells Sam that Mama's corpse hasn't gone necro. He finds this very strange and would like to know why, and hopes it would help them to overcome the Death Stranding. He wants Sam to take Mama's body to him. So, making his way up the snowy mountains, Sam eventually gets to Hartman's lab and heads inside, putting Hartman's lab onto the network. Walking inside, he finds that Hartman is lying on a recliner and appears to be dead. A jolt wakes him up as he had a cardiac arrest. In fact, this happens every 21 minutes, and he goes to the beach for 3 minutes. He does this in order to search for his deceased family, being pulled back into the real world when the defibrillator gives him a shock. The whole 21-minute thing is actually a new condition, creatively named 21-minute syndrome, but that's something we'll get to a little later in this video. Hartman explains that his family died in one of 2 voidouts, therefore they ended up on one of these tangled beaches, but at that time he was having heart surgery in the ICU safe from the voidout. His life support was knocked out though, and he woke up on the beach. A woman poked him in the chest, and then he saw his wife and daughter calling out for them, but his life support brought him back to life, and he was ejected from that beach 21 minutes after his heart had stopped. Anyway, Hartman looks at Mama, and with her body came something inside a tube. It's an umbilical cord, but Hartman says it looks more like a BT's tether. He says this may be connected to the beach. He tells Sam that his body is present, but his soul is on the beach as he's already dead. Before he ends up going back to the beach again, Hartman tells Sam that there's a prepper station nearby, with scientists who are researching material from before the Death Stranding, so Hartman wants Sam to connect this station to the chiral network. He mentions Earth's long history, and tells Sam about the previous Death Strandings, such as the one that wiped out the dinosaurs and so on. He says that maybe this material will give them information on how to survive their current predicament. He mentions the tar belt outside Edgenot City, that has consumed many of Hartman's staff along with a chiral way station. Hartman doesn't know whether or not Higgs is to blame, but they needed that way station that they lost as it was essential to expanding the network to the west. He needs Sam to go help build a new one. He says that after he's put the preppers on the network, to go and see Amelie, and then they can get back to researching the Death Stranding again. At that moment, Hartman goes into cardiac arrest again, so Sam takes his leave. Delivering a Chiralium scrubbing kit along with an antimatter bomb, Sam delivers them and gets the station onto the network. Returning to Hartman's lab afterwards, with some materials, Sam tells Hartman about his meeting with Mama earlier on. He explains there was a BT in the room with them, which was her baby. Hartman has discovered large quantities of chiral matter in every one of Mama's cells. He says that her heart and her car failed to separate and were connected through the umbilical cord. He then reveals he's messed with the time logs on his defibrillator, so they won't be listened to by Bridges. He then plays a message from Deadman.
Sam, I'm sorry. You deserve to know what you were carrying. But I couldn't risk Die Hardman finding out about the case. So I had no choice but to keep it off the books. You've got to keep this between us. We still don't know if the director can be trusted. The umbilical cord was taken from Bridget Strand. I removed it in secret. The cord wasn't attached to a fetus. It was outside her body. She asked me to take care of it. Said it was the key to unlocking the Death Stranding. But she insisted that I never tell the director. The cord shows no sign of decomposition or necrotization. Almost as if it's frozen in time. I thought Hartman might be able to make sense of it, so I had it hidden with your cargo at Mountain Knot City.
Deadman's observations were accurate. It's just like Mama's corpse.
What do you mean?
I mean, they share a very unique property. Both contain large amounts of chiralium in their cells. In other words, the president's cord was somehow connected to the beach, and that allowed it to escape the flow of time.
Hartman goes on to explain how Earth has been rocked by many extinction events, but the most significant were what he terms the Big Five, and he says that backdating the chiralium deposits link them to each of these big events. He says that this Death Stranding, the sixth one, is the latest of many. He pulls up a picture of a woolly mammoth and then the Iceman, both of them having the same umbilical cords. Hartman says that these specimens were lost in the Death Stranding, so there's no way to examine them. He shows a photo of a dinosaur with an umbilical cord, and the dinosaur is not decomposed. He shows trilobites and ammonites, and says that all these specimens were preserved as if frozen in time. All of these may have been connected to the beach. Hartman theorizes that all of these were extinction entities, and they both float the possibility that Bridget was, like these specimens, an extinction entity herself, but they'll never know since Sam burned the body. Sam brings up that Higgs mentioned Amelie as an extinction entity, and that she doesn't have dooms like the rest of them. Perhaps this is why Higgs is so fixated on Amelie and kidnapped her. Finally, before Sam leaves, Hartman says to keep Die Hardman out of the loop, and he can't know of their suspicions regarding the extinction entity as they still need the chiral network to be set up. Speaking with Die Hardman, Sam now needs to head to the tar belt and start his work on the chiral relay. Nearing the tar belt, Sam climbs what's left of the destroyed waste station and delivers the chiral relays. After bringing it onto the network, Sam is able to make his way across the tar belt. However, there's a surprise in store, as when Sam finds a way to reach the edge of the tar belt by intentionally allowing himself to get caught by BTs and climbing the structures, Sam sees Amelie there and he sinks. He then finds himself on the beach. Amelie is singing London Bridge is Falling Down. Attempting to follow her, Sam then sinks again, but he comes out on the other side of the tar belt and is just outside of Edge Knot City. Higgs is there too.
Higgs!
Keep your voice down. You don't want to scare the poor girl away, do you? She's in there. I can smell her. Of course, I wouldn't have known for sure if it wasn't for you and your wonderful network. Bless your heart. Thank you kindly.
Sam Bridges. Careful. Contents are fragile. Like the world and everything in it. Me, I'm no exception. I'm not the only one wearing masks either. There's your boss man, and that woman, and let's not forget little you. Okay, it's okay. I know it ain't easy wearing a mask all the time. Now the mask can come off, right? Hey. You remember this? Nope. Poor, sweet Amelie. She's holed up in the beach nearby. Tell you what say we make it a race? Whoever wins gets to usher in the end of days. Nothing like the eve of extinction. Bring focus to the mind. Makes folks honest. be no need for masks soon. But I wonder, when you look death in her eye, will you blink?
Going to the distribution center to the north of the city, Sam brings the site online by using the Cupid. Die Hardman tells him that once he's brought Edgenot City online, this will also let Higgs know exactly where Amelie is. Whilst he's resting in a private room, Sam is visited by Amelie, who pretty much confirms that she's an extinction entity. However, she says that isn't what she wants to be. All she wants is for everyone to be whole. She asks him to promise that he'll stop her from ending it all. She says that she'll be waiting for him on the beach, and she then disappears. Getting back out there, Sam grabs the cargo, which is an activation key, heads towards the city, and then proceeds through it. However, there are BTs everywhere. Reaching the distribution center in the city, Sam delivers the activation key, which itself is a BB pod. He links up the final knot, and America is now fully connected to the chiral network. Sam has one last thing to do, and that is to take Amelie home, as she is to be the new president. Taking rest in the private room again, where he is to wait for Amelie to arrive, Sam is woken by a nightmare of Amelie and the sound of an alarm with alerts stating that the chiral density in the area is very high and is increasing. Going to the surface and investigating, Sam sees that Higgs is once again called upon a massive BT. Higgs tells Sam that him extending the chiral network across America is exactly what he needed. He points upwards to show Sam that Amelie is trapped within the BT itself. Amelie then descends.
Sam. The great work is nearly complete. Every knot is joined. Soon, I will merge them and all mankind's beaches into a single shore. And then will come an extinction like no other. More massive than any before it. The last. This is my purpose.
What the hell they do to you?
The last stranding. My reason for being. The first was nothing more than a prelude.
Surely you figured it out by now.
Dooms? People like us? She's the source of it all!
Nightmares that haunt us, the visions of an inescapable future. Sound familiar?
Happy fucking doomsday, Sam! Fuck you!
They're coming to get me.
Sam then fights the BT. It's a tough fight, but Sam ultimately ends up defeating it.
Extinction's on hold for now.
Let her go!
All that for repatriating. What a waste. Well, we'll pick this up when you're done dying. I'll see you on the beach for the grand finale.
Sam then dies from his injuries, but of course, since he's a repatriate, he comes straight back again. Die Hardman once again states the obvious and tells Sam they need Amelie back. After this, Sam speaks with Fragile, and she says that she can jump him to Amelie's beach, as Sam has a strong connection to Amelie. Sam promises her that he'll try to take Higgs alive for her, so Fragile jumps into the beach, but the jump takes a lot out of her and she ends up collapsing afterwards. Arriving on the beach, Sam sees Amelie and Higgs there, but he sees Higgs bowing down before her. What on earth is going on? Higgs then takes control of Amelie again, placing his mask on her. He then binds her in some sort of spider's web and says that he needs to kill Sam to ensure the extinction entity is safe. He says humanity only has a few 100,000 years left at the most, and says why delay the inevitable. Higgs wants a good old-fashioned boss fight. Of course, Sam has no weapons and naturally Higgs doesn't want to fight fair, so he has a gun. Avoiding his fire and relying on surprise attacks, Sam defeats Higgs. Realizing this isn't working, Higgs resorts to a knife instead, but again gets his ass kicked. After this, Higgs must settle for a good old-fashioned punch-up, and Higgs is defeated once again. Sam drags him over to another spot, and with Higgs still chatting nonsense, Fragile arrives with Higgs' whole cocky demeanor instantly changing. Sam goes over to save Amelie, and Higgs tries to control her with the mask, but she's not having it, and simply takes the mask off. Right, let's break for a second and talk about Higgs. When Sam takes the Fragile Express ship to the west, almost immediately he gets a special order to deliver a pizza to a prepper named Peter Englert. After delivering the pizza, Sam is able to enter the bunker where he delivered it. This is a bunker that belonged to Higgs. Now we'll be looking at Higgs' journals to gain an understanding of his backstory and why he turned out the way he did. When he was young, Higgs' parents both died, and he was raised by his maternal uncle. Higgs' uncle was physically abusive to him and would beat him regularly. His uncle believed that their shelter had to be their world. He believed that the world was too dangerous outside, and anytime Higgs would show curiosity about the outside world, he would get beaten for it. That wasn't until one day when Higgs decided that he had enough and wanted to see the outside world. He started gathering supplies in secret, but his uncle found out and started beating him again. Higgs then grabbed a knife and killed his uncle. Higgs had already been taught by his uncle that bodies go necro and that you have to dispose of them fast, otherwise it will pop a BT. So Higgs dragged his uncle's body out of their bunker, but started to see a vision and started to sense the presence of BTs. Little did he know, but from that moment, Higgs became a sufferer of dooms. Higgs would then become a porter. He worked in the Western region. He took pride in what he did, and he would journal about beating his own personal best in delivering a package to Middle Knot City. Even though young, he built up a reputation due to his ability to sense BTs. This is dooms, but Higgs doesn't really know that it's that. He just assumes there's something special about him. Despite this, Higgs realizes that he's barely surviving. All that turns on its head though when a delivery outfit in the Western region hear about him being able to sense BTs, and they want him to work with them. At this point, bridges had already been established, and this new outfit actually wanted to learn from him. He expresses his desire to help other people, to build community. This group was led by a woman who called herself Coffin. They were opposed to Bridges' plan of rebuilding America and using babies in order to do that. Higgs joined them and his hatred for Bridges grew. Coffin is none other than Fragile's mother, who took Higgs under her wing and pretty much considered him a son and gave him military training. In one delivery, Sam is able to visit one of the ruined factories where Bridges disposed of faulty BBs. The place had been bombed by the UCA after Coffin's rebel group had attacked it, but the factory being destroyed resulted in chiral contamination, and most of the rebels developed terminal cancer as a result. Coffin recorded a message to Higgs and asked him that if he should ever come across her daughter Fragile, that he should help her. She also tasked him with heading west and to put a stop to what Bridges are doing. Over time, heading west, Higgs felt his power in sensing BTs getting weaker, and he needed someone else to team up with. It was around this time that Higgs developed his golden mask. He discovered a book called The Wisdom of the Egyptians, a book which talked about death, about how the pharaohs used to wear golden masks in order to indicate their prestige and power. Higgs went with gold because, well, it's Higgs. He couldn't find gold, so he probably used Chiralium, and that's significant, and we'll get to that soon. Higgs learned of a Bridges way station which gets taken out by terrorists known as demons. It was at this point that he teamed up with Fragile and her company, the Fragile Express. Higgs started to show signs of an overinflated ego, believing that maybe he is the one who should be the leader. He would soon discover the extent of Fragile's powers, and with that her ability to use the beach. Higgs would become jealous of Fragile's Doom's abilities and was set on using her to achieve his goal of reshaping the world. Now also around this time, Higgs met Amelie, and he saw her as someone who literally has no limits in terms of Chiralium, Timefall, and BTs. Amelie would give Higgs a BB, a link between the real world and the other side. Higgs then cut Fragile loose, as he figured that Amelie could give him exactly what he needed. He came to fully understand the Death Stranding and why it has to happen. The world is going to end someday anyway. why delay it? Over time, Higgs becomes more curious about the Death Stranding, but Amelie didn't give him anything. Higgs decided that maybe it was time to take things into his own hands, and he had growing suspicions that Amelie didn't want to bring about the last Stranding. At some point, Higgs joined up with the Demons terrorist group who were stationed in Edgenorth City. The terrorist group, now renamed as Homo Demons, Latin for madmen, have a leader in Higgs and a renewed sense of purpose and direction. Higgs introduces the terrorists to Fragile and her company Fragile Express, and as a result, unknown to Fragile and in line with what she had told Sam earlier, they used the company to deliver guns and bombs to the central region. And as we saw, he pretty much tortured Fragile by making her carry a nuke away from the city that Demons wanted to destroy, by making her carry it through timefall, causing severe damage to her body. Anyway, Higgs eventually found out about Sam Porter Bridges, or Sam Strand, this legendary porter that everyone praised. Not to mention Amelie's adopted brother. Higgs became incredibly jealous as Amelie obviously cared more for Sam than she did for him. We see here in his journal entry, number 14, that Higgs planned to bring a load of BTs down on Sam's head by dumping a corpse in Central Knot City, confirming that the necro body in Central Knot was not a self-deletion, but was in fact a terrorist attack. This had a double advantage for Higgs, as Bridges were in the process of sending out a second expedition, and that team got killed in the Voidout. What Higgs didn't realise though is that Sam was in fact a repatriate, and he can't be killed. But is Higgs' name Peter? You see, the name Higgs comes from the Higgs boson particle, also referred to as the God particle, hence why he refers to himself as the particle of God at times. Now the name Peter Englert is kind of a nod towards Higgs boson too. I'm not going to go too deep into this because science, but two of the three theorists behind something called the Higgs field were Francois Englert and Peter Higgs, hence Peter Englert. Higgs' name probably is actually Peter, given that when Coffin recorded her message to Higgs, she called him Peter.
Peter, you and my girl can lead the way. You can make a better world together. You can do it. You're a fighter, and a damn good one at that. I should know. Trust in each other. Trust in your methods. Trust in your vision of America. And please, keep my little girl close. Keep my Fragile safe. It's only right. You're like a son to me, which makes you her brother.
But back to the plot. So the reason Higgs wasn't able to control Amelie was due to the fact that his Doom's abilities had been lowered. You see, Amelie had given Higgs increased Doom's abilities, to an extremely high level actually, and had used him to bring about the last Stranding for her since, as she said herself, she didn't want to do it. So Higgs actually controlling Amelie was her just playing along. Higgs never really had control over her. She just led him to believe that he did. Amelie was the one who spread Dooms all over the world, hence sufferers of Dooms experiencing horrific nightmares. They were nightmares shared with others by Amelie, and this is why Amelie gave young Sam a dream catcher, as he was experiencing the nightmares as a result of Dooms. But Fragile gets to work on Higgs. Sam then leaves her there with him and speaks with Amelie. After she's done, she tries to give him Higgs' golden mask as a metaphor, but Sam says she should keep it. She managed to take Lou there. Fragile offers to send Sam back east, but Amelie steps in, saying that Sam doesn't need her help anymore because he's got the chiral network and her. This clearly hurts Fragile. Amelie then speaks with Sam, telling him that she lied about being kidnapped.
When you were back east, I slipped out of here and I went to visit you.
What? You lied? Fuck me. You have any idea what it took for me to get here?
You wouldn't have come if I hadn't. You didn't care about America or Bridges. But we did know one thing you did care about. Something you were willing to cross a continent for. A reason to build the UCA. It was Die Hard Man's idea.
Great. So I'm Mario and you're Princess Peach. You're right. I never gave a shit about this country. I have no ties to anything or anyone but you.
I'm so sorry, Sam. But it all worked out in the end.
I guess that's taken care of.
I know you have questions, but can you save them? For after?
Sure.
Let's go.
Running across the beach, Amelie says that she's going to check something out, and going after her, he sees Bridget on the beach with Di Hardman, who reveals it was Bridget that invited him to the beach. He talks about this being the same gun, and that he's now using it to make things right. He says that she was supposed to make the world whole, but instead, she messed it all up. Bridget tells Di Hardman to get on with it, and he fires the gun at her, but it has no effect. She then points to the ocean.
It can't be.
Is that really you?
Yes. It's me. John. Remember. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Give me back my BB.
You're looking in the wrong place.
Emily?
Stay back!
Sam was pushed into the seam, so he repatriates and finds himself back in his private room. Deadman arrives and he says that they don't know where Amelie is, as she didn't head back east. She left them a message saying that she was going to finish what Bridget started. Sam says that he saw Bridget on the beach, but Deadman is having a hard time believing that, as Sam burned her body, and remember, this action is what allows someone to pass into the world of the dead. Sam says that he saw Cliff Unger there, and says that he took Di Hardman hostage. Deadman now thinks that Cliff is the mastermind behind everything, and he's holding Amelie and Di Hardman captive on the beach. Sam wants to go back, but Deadman tells him he should get some rest for the sake of him and Lou, who is exhausted. So after getting some rest, Deadman says they still have to swear in a new president, but naturally Sam does not care one bit. He's done his part. Hartman arrives via chiralgram and says that Sam needs to go east and back to Capital Knot City. The connection then gets cut, but then restored, with Fragile there too. She had jumped multiple people back to Capital Knot City via the beach, and she's in pretty bad shape because of it. She can't jump Sam back to Capital Knot because of the fact that beaches aren't safe to move people anymore. While Sam makes his way back, Hartman will search the beaches for Amelie and Die Hardman, and Deadman will scour the records for information on Cliff, Amelie, and Die Hardman. So Sam gets ready to head out, but before he does, he appears to see another memory when he was plugging into Lou's pod. This is of what appears to be Bridget with her back to the pod, and she is speaking with who we can assume to be Die Hardman, or John as he was called back then. Bridget is wearing Die Hardman's mask, indicating that before it was his, it was Bridget's. They're talking about the BB being either a bridge baby candidate or a sacrifice. On the way, Deadman calls and tells Sam that he tried to look into Die Hardman's past before he joined Bridges, but that his entire file has been redacted. Hartman also calls and says that due to the chiral network being expanded, the individual beaches have begun to coalesce or merge together. He says that this could lead to BTs flooding into the land of the living. This would bring about a Death Stranding that would annihilate life itself, the extinction event. Hartman surmises there is one beach above them all, a master beach, if you like, and that is Amelie's beach. He thinks that Cliff's goal is to seize control of Amelie's beach in order to use its power over all other beaches and therefore trigger the last stranding. Deadman then presumes it was perhaps Cliff that put Higgs up to trying to bring out the last stranding. They're all wrong, by the way, and we'll discover that later. But anyway, once Sam gets to Lake Fort Knott, he gets pulled into yet another supercell. He sees a memory of Cliff, injured, holding the BB pod, and he appears to see Bridget ordering John to shoot Cliff. But Sam, now on another battlefield beach, sees that this one is representative of the Vietnam War. Yet another conflict that Cliff did not actually take part in. Cliff shows up with his soldiers. Just like in the other two battlefields, Sam has to fight the soldiers and then fights and defeats Cliff again.
Baby, we're getting out of here. I promise. Give me back my baby. Are you cleared, Unger? Who are you? Are you the father? They told me your name was Sam Porter. But you were Sam Bridges. My bridge to the future. Sam, you bring people together. You're their bridge to the future. Come on, Sam. Stand up.
Sam then finds himself back in the private room in Port Knot City. He's rested somewhat, and Deadman shows up. Sam thinks that Cliff may be Lou's father, which is why he keeps saying he wants his BB back. Sam thinks he's trying to tell them something, a dark truth about how the BBs were made. He mentions that it didn't feel like Cliff was trying to hurt him and Lou, but that he just wanted to talk. The topic of conversation once again shifts to Die Hardman, or John, as Cliff called him. Deadman says that he found something in the archives. It's a message recorded by one Die Hardman prior to him going to Amelie's beach.
This message is insurance, in case something happens to me. For Bridget's eyes only. And I sure as hell hope that's who's watching. I got a little present from Amelie. Said she'd take me to the beach if I wanted. But I'd need this doll to show me the way. It's a trap. Has to be. But I've decided to play along. You've all been playing along too, haven't you? You know this mask hides more than just my face. Well, Emily's a blank slate too. No past, no record she ever existed. She's a ghost. And the thing about ghosts, I never met Emily in person. Have you? Ever seen her in the flesh, shook her hand, touched her? The original team we sent was divided into two groups. Amelie was with the first, Mama and Hartman were with the second. They had no direct contact with her.
Yes, Amelie's group was wiped out in Edge Knot City. Everyone but her. Everyone who could say whether or not she exists.
Bullshit. She's real. We've touched, all right? She and I both.
Well, I've only ever interacted with her hologram.
I'm telling you, I've met her. In person. Lots of times when I was little.
Yes, but on the beach.
Here's what the president had to say about her daughter. Amelie was born on the beach. There her Ka remained, though her Ha came to this world. This division of body and soul forced her to spend most of her childhood in the hospital. But though her health was poor, her Doom's numbers were off the charts. Her supernatural talents blossomed as she grew older and overcame her limitations. But by the time she was 20, she could travel to and from the beach, body and all. And that's where she started spending all of her time. Now, if you wanted to get in touch with Emily, it was via hologram or nothing. The president insisted on that. I swore an oath to the president and to America. As far as I was concerned, her word was law. So when she said Amelie was her daughter and the best candidate to succeed her, I believed it. But when the archives were restored, I couldn't resist testing out my access privileges. And that's how I found out. Bridget was diagnosed with uterine cancer in her 20s and couldn't have children. You see, doesn't add up, does it? There's no way Amelie could be Bridget's biological daughter. So where'd she come from? Who is she? Is she even real? How can we be sure that Amelie is an extinction entity when we don't even know if Amelie is Amelie? Hell, for all I know, the EE theory might be bullshit. But if it's not, if she's the cause of the Death Stranding, then I have to accept her invitation. I've loaded my gun with hermetic rounds. Sam's blood. It connects my gun to her, to me, to him, all of us. Which means I should be able to take it with me to the beach. I'm gonna stop what she started by stopping her.
After his message is finished, Deadman is just about to share another blinder of a theory, but then the lights go out. Deadman comes back and says the chiral network dropped out. Deadman is about to finish what he was saying, but Fragile turns up and says that she'll tell Sam. She shares an absolute whopper. She says that she had a chat with Higgs back on Amelie's beach. He said that everything that has happened is all a part of Amelie's plan. Here comes the stinger. Amelie was the true leader of the Homo Demons and not Higgs. The Voidouts, the extinction agenda, was all her. Sam doesn't want to believe it, but Fragile says that Higgs turned on her after he'd met Amelie, as she could offer him so much more. As mentioned earlier, she could control BTs and Higgs wanted that. As already mentioned, she'd given him a much higher Dooms level too. She looked inside his pod and found not a baby, but a doll. This is just like the one that Cliff had on his beach and the one that Die Hardman got from Amelie. A connection to Amelie's beach. This doll would go on to be the connection to the world of the dead, and works in a similar way to how bridge babies connect with the beach. The answers will be on the beach. Fragile and Deadman tell Sam to hurry back east, but before he sets out, he needs to bring a crate of cryptobiotes with him, as Fragile is in a pretty weak state and she risks slipping into a coma. Getting himself back to Capital Knot City after a very long trek, Sam arrives but finds that someone is trying to prevent him from getting back to his friends and trying to engineer yet another void out. It can only be Amelie, and she summoned a whale-type BT which Sam duly takes down. Arriving, he hears from Deadman, who says that Fragile has slipped into a coma now, but that she'll be okay. Meeting up with his friends who are around Fragile's bedside, Deadman says that her cells have chiral contamination from jumping to and from the beach too much. Kind of like jet lag. She comes to and tries to get up, but she's incredibly weak. Hartman fears that Fragile will struggle to find Amelie's beach, as it exists on a much higher plane than theirs, but he warns Sam that if he gets to her beach and she does not wish for him to leave, then he'll be stuck there. Fragile was only able to leave Amelie's beach because Amelie forced her out. So essentially, Sam needs to go to Amelie's beach and talk her out of the extinction event. He could kill her, but he'd be stranded outside of the land of the living forever. After a rousing speech, Sam hands Lou over to Deadman, Lochner and Hartman, and despite her weakness, Fragile is able to jump Sam to Amelie's beach. Now on her beach, Sam runs down the beach and confronts Amelie, who is now wearing a navy dress. She is wearing the Luden's mask. He then turns around to see Bridget from when she was sick and dying from cancer, and she too appears to be wearing the mask. Her final words to him are familiar now. Amelie has been saying those same words a lot. "I'll be waiting for you on the beach." Amelie then tells Sam that he was supposed to stop her. He asks Amelie if she's Bridget, and she says yes. Amelie does not exist. She is Bridget's car or her soul. At some point, Bridget had discovered she was an extinction entity and worked to stop it. As Die Hardman had explained earlier on, Bridget had uterine cancer when she was 20. She had an operation and opened her eyes, finding herself on the beach. And when she came around, she was back in the hospital bed. She was split across two worlds. Bridget's body was in the land of the living and her soul was on the beach. As Bridget got older and Amelie did not, this is when Bridget came up with the story that Amelie was her daughter who was born on the beach. Bridget became fixated on learning more about the beach, and this is the true purpose of the chiral network. But then came the first void out in Manhattan. This is when the Bridge Baby experiments began. The purpose of the Bridge Baby experiments was that she wanted to investigate and study the beach and wanted to delay the Death Stranding. She found bridges in order to build a chiral network that would cover the whole nation. Then her cancer came back and her body, died. She wasn't able to finish what she had started, and this is when Bridget asked Sam to connect America for her. She says that the last stranding has already begun. Very soon, a vast surge of antimatter will rush out from Amelie's beach and will destroy the world. Amelie gives Sam two options: to stay there with her and to let the world burn, and the other one is to cut off Amelie's beach. And this will mean eternal solitude for her, along with complete loneliness. But this will only delay the extinction. Amelie gives Sam the gun and he makes his choice. He can do nothing, leading to the extinction event taking place. He can shoot her, and his shots actually do nothing. Or he can run up to her and hug her, and it's at this point that Sam tells her that he's there for her, always, just like she was for him. She realizes that what is happening now is one of the dreams that she saw, that Sam was able to save the world from the extinction event, if only for a while. Amelie then says goodbye to Sam, fully aware that she will be there alone, forever. She then pushes him into the seam, and Sam ends up on his very own beach. At first he seems stuck there until he starts to hear the voices of his friends. A vision of Amelie points to the sky and he sees the 5 mysterious figures in the sky, each of them representing one of the extinction entities. Pushing out to sea, Sam is then pulled under the water by Deadman, who is there with Lou, and Sam is taken back to the land of the living. Sam is now back at Capital Knot City, and 2 weeks later, Die Hardman is giving a speech on the chiral network having been completed. He is also sworn in as the new president of the UCA. As Die Hardman removes his mask and is praising Sam for his work on the network, Sam walks out of the room and is stopped by Deadman. He tells Sam he was on the beach for a very long time, as it took them a month to find him and bring him back, which means Sam could have actually been there on the beach for years. He was able to get back from the beach via the revolver, as the gun was the connection between Cliff, Bridget and Amelie, for reasons you'll see shortly. He says that they wove their own quipus together from Bridget's DNA, which serve as a knot, if you will, that binds them all together. Deadman then gives Sam a big hug. Sam has clearly recovered from his aphosmophobia, but this just serves as a way for Deadman to tell him something in secret about Cliff. He tells Sam that the BB's mother's name was Lisa Bridges, Cliff's wife. He says that Cliff was killed by a man named in the records as John. He was himself former US Special Forces and who was later appointed as an aide to the US president. He apparently vanished after Cliff's death and was later found dead. Die Hardman. Deadman says he doesn't trust him and he leaves. Sam attempts to walk straight past Die Hardman, but he catches Sam's attention. The conversation is pretty tense, and Die Hardman says that he doesn't expect Sam to forgive him, but asks that he still hear him out. He admits to having killed Clifford Unger. He says that he didn't do it for the love of his country, but for her, for Bridget Strand. Truth is that he was in love with her, but he says that he thinks about what he did to Cliff every day. He says they would call him Die Hardman because Cliff simply wouldn't let him die. Die Hardman then cries and falls to his knees, and he talks about when Cliff stared him down on the beach, and he knew then that he was there to kill him and to make it right. Sam pulls the new president to his feet and tells him that the UCA doesn't need a president who thinks that he's immortal, and hands him the gun. He tells him the gun won't help him there, and he walks away. Making his way up top, Deadman is there holding Lou, who appears to have passed away. The decommissioning order came through and Lou needs to be incinerated. Deadman quietly suggests that Sam could try taking Lou out of the pod just to see what happens. He also takes Sam's cufflink offline, meaning that there's nothing to stop him from taking them off, therefore the UCA won't be able to track him. He tells Sam that when he uses the incinerator, the cufflink will go back online, and to keep in mind what he said. Sam thanks Deadman by giving him a hug, and thanks him for everything. Heading outside, Fragile is there, and she drops the bombshell that she didn't shoot Higgs back on the beach. She couldn't, but she let him choose: death or eternity on the beach, alone. She offers Sam a job working for her at Fragile Express, but Sam politely declines, and he leaves with Lou and heads to the incinerator. While Sam is on his way there, let's discuss Cliff. As mentioned, Clifford was US Special Forces but left active duty in the military after his wife Lisa Bridges fell pregnant. At some point, Clifford and Lisa were both involved in an accident and Lisa ended up brain dead. Desperate to save both his wife and his unborn son and to prevent a repeat of the Manhattan incident, Clifford turned to Bridges, who were trialling what they advertised as experimental treatments in the Bridge Baby program. Lisa was put on life support and the baby was removed from the womb at 7 months and placed inside a sort of pod designed to simulate a mother's womb, which was filled with fluid, suspending the baby's development. Removing the baby from the pod would result in a 70% chance of death. Over time, Clifford would speak to his baby whilst inside the pod, affectionately calling his son BB after Bridge Baby. You see, Bridges was simply continuing their Manhattan experiments in order to create a bridge, or a link between the physical world and that of the dead. Bridget Strand would wear a mask to conceal her identity as to not link her to the experiments. She was the president, after all, the woman in white. She would repeatedly lie to Clifford to try and manipulate him into agreeing to experiments on his son. Anyway, at some point, Die Hardman, or John, found out his old captain was there with his wife and child and visited him. At first, Clifford didn't recognise him, but eventually he remembered. In a conversation between the two, John reveals that he had earned the moniker Die Hardman after Clifford ended up saving his life on more than one occasion. He reveals to Clifford, out of respect for his former captain, that Bridges were planning to move his son to another location where he would not be able to find him, and gives him a load of information on what he needs to know. The ulterior motives of Bridges would be revealed. Clifford discovered that the experimental treatment they were providing was actually a plan for his baby to be the first sacrifice for the network they were trying to build. This is something that Deadman tells Sam about at one point during his journey across America.
Any advancements that could be applied to the fields of chiral communications and beach research were meant to be of purely secondary benefit. But it turns out that's just a cover story. The truth is, Sam, BBs were originally conceived as catalysts for the operation of the chiral network. They're integrated into the infrastructure of not cities for that very reason. Every single one you've brought into the fold. It was probably Amelie herself who installed them as she moved west with the first expedition, carrying out her mother's grand plan, making sacrifice after sacrifice on the altar of progress. President Strand told the people what they wanted to hear and did what she thought had to be done. Also, America could be whole again. But I'm starting to wonder if it didn't cost her soul.
But it gets worse.
It looks like Bridges wasn't the first to bring back BB tech. It was a group of separatists. Terrorists opposed to UCA expansion, according to the records. They started using them about 3 years ago. Right around the time Bridges 1 was putting plans in place to head west. Seems these separatists were having trouble with BTs too, and figured that if they could track them, they might be able to steer them into our path. When Bridges caught wind of this, the decision was made to fight fire with fire, to start using BBs as a countermeasure. It's possible yours was commissioned for that very purpose, a fact I think someone may have tried to conceal, judging by the absence of BB-28's service record. I always found it strange that we were so willing to utilize technology we barely understood. Now we know why. We've been aping methods and techniques employed by others from the start.
The BBs were a perfect connection to the beach, which remember the chiral network used in order to pass information through. Later on, John then gives Cliff a loaded gun, the same gun Die Hardman had taken to Amelie or Bridget's beach, and tells him that he would need to kill Lisa to end her suffering. He tells Cliff there's nothing he can do to save Lisa, but that he wants to give Cliff and his son a chance and offer Cliff a window of opportunity to escape the facility with his BB. But he stressed that if Cliff gets caught, he'll do what he has to do, even if it means shooting and killing Cliff. Later on, Cliff made a makeshift suppressor and shot Lisa twice in the head. He then grabbed the BB pod and attempted to escape with it. He ended up being shot in the back and was confronted by 2 of Bridges' security staff, but John intervened and gave Cliff some more precious time to escape. He ended up getting himself trapped and locked inside Lisa's room. Unable to escape, Cliff accepted his fate. Whilst hearing Bridget ordering the door to be opened, Cliff sang to his BB, aiming his gun at the door in order to try and take Bridget out. The security team burst into the room eventually and shot Cliff before he could do so. Whilst John consoles Cliff, Bridget's security secure the BB pod and hand it to Bridget. She is in shock when she sees that Cliff has removed the BB from the pod. He will not allow his son to be used as a sacrifice. John then, showing his loyalty to President Strand, points the gun at the man who saved his life multiple times and demands he hand over the child. Bridget then demands that John finish Cliff off. He hesitated, so Bridget grabbed John's arm and forced him to shoot his former captain, but the bullet not only killed Cliff, but the BB too. Bridget let out screams of anguish after she realised what had been done. John, on the other hand, went missing. He was on the run after he was found guilty of having gone against the president and had tried to help Cliff, but he was later reported dead. He then donned the Luden's mask and took on the moniker Die Hardman, with his records being heavily redacted in order to protect his former identity, likely the work of Bridget herself. But anyway. After Cliff was shot, he found himself on a beach with a doll, which we see in all of Cliff's battlefield beaches. As mentioned earlier, this doll is how Cliff was able to go to Amelie or Bridget's beach, as well as Die Hardman and Higgs. Amelie healed the baby's wound on his stomach, making him a repatriate, and this act is what opened the door and allowed BTs to enter into the land of the living. This baby was Sam, meaning Sam was the BB in the pod and Clifford Unger and Lisa Bridges were his parents. All the BB memories that had been seen by Sam, little did he know at the time, were actually his very own memories. But as Sam is now near to the incinerator, let's get back to the plot. Sam then, whilst at the incinerator, realises that the visions he'd been seeing were his own memories. He saw what Bridget and Bridges in general did to his father and how they'd lied to him, killed him, and planned to use him as the first sacrifice for the new network. The Chiral Network. After Amelie had saved Sam and sent him back to the land of the living, severing his connection to the other side, they placed the now alive again Sam inside a pod, but John told Bridget that Sam can no longer function as a Bridge baby since he's removed from the pod. This is how Bridget came to adopt Sam. Back in the present, Sam burns his Bridges cufflink. He no longer wants to be a part of Bridges. Taking Lou out of the pod, all seems bleak for a while as Lou doesn't seem to be responding and even shows signs that she's beginning to turn into a BT. Sam is desperate and keeps trying, and eventually Lou lets out a cry and she's okay. She has survived and she's holding Amelie's Kipu. a sign that Amelie had revived Lou, and it's now that she has sealed off her beach. Afterwards, they both walk out into the normal rain, ready to start a new life. Later, it's revealed that Lou is short for Louise. Okay, so let's now jump straight in and start on the story for Death Stranding 2. 11 months after Sam and Lou had left Bridges and the UCA behind, they moved to the secluded UCA-Mexico border. After making a delivery, they are on their way back home. Carefully running across the ridges of the mountainous terrain, Sam gets an alert about something called a gatequake and braces himself. Sure enough, a quake hits, and these gatequakes are yet more phenomena that have occurred on Earth. Making it home, Sam and Lou appear to not be intimidated or affected by BTs, but that's because this is merely a hologram, an elaborate home security system to deter any would-be bandits. Later, now settled at home, Sam makes some food for himself and Lou, but whilst they're eating, someone arrives outside. Putting Lou down for a sleep, the shelter's alarm system begins to blare out. Confronting the intruder as they walk down the stairs, the intruder is revealed to be Fragile. During their conversation, Fragile reveals that she is unable to jump using the beach anymore as she's developed a condition that is called jump shock. She gets straight to why she is there. She has a job for Sam, and if he takes it, the mess concerning how Sam left Bridges will be wiped from the record. Basically, the Death Stranding is far from over, humanity is still in danger, and the UCA wants Sam to bring Mexico online next. Fragile explains that a lot happened after Sam left. Bridges no longer oversees distribution of work in the UCA, and Sam's friends, Deadman, Lochner, and Hartman, all went their separate ways. Die Hardman is no longer president of the UCA either. The company handling distribution is APAS, which is the Automated Porter Assistance System. Deliveries are now carried out via the chiral network and robots, and that means human porters are no longer needed, and that also means no need for Fragile Express anymore too. She established Drawbridge, another delivery organisation which handles work in regions outside of the UCA. As such, they still hire human porters and work outside of the chiral network. With the UCA cautious that they didn't want the network expansion to be seen as a hostile takeover per se, APAC, which stands for the Automated Public Assistance Company, were brought on board as a private organisation only interested in chiral expansion with no political motive attached. APAC are providing the infrastructure in order to help establish the chiral network in Mexico. Fragile says that Deadman is working in a lab in Mexico, a lab that is conducting very important research. There are things Deadman would like to tell Sam in person. She also says that near to the lab, which measures chiralium levels, they've observed some strange activity, and they think that a massive BT is headed their way. There are also more natural hazards now. Timefall is getting heavier, and earthquakes, or the aforementioned gatequakes, are happening daily. This, along with the BTs and Voidouts, has led to the same thing happening in Mexico that happened in America. People are isolating themselves, staying in their shelters, and are too scared to go outside. Sam agrees to go to Mexico and extend the chiral network out there too, but he says that he will not be able to take Lou, so he asks Fragile to look after her whilst he is gone. After receiving a ring terminal, Sam receives a newly designed Cupid and gets ready to set off for the border crossing, but he needs to be careful as there are bandits there patrolling it. Sam is to deliver a device called the Chiral Network Gateway. It's a device that was used by the UCA to connect the different cities and as such is a closed network. The connection point is a place called Ciudad Nudo del Norte, as this is the connection point between Mexico and the UCA. The device uses the UCA's beaches to extend the network beyond the UCA's border. Anyway, arriving at the border, Sam either sneaks through the border crossing or can go for a more direct approach. Either way, he makes it across through a sandstorm and crosses the barren landscape to his destination. Delivering the gateway, Sam brings the way station online. Thanks to getting them online, the locals here can now properly dispose of bodies, having previously done so by submerging them in the tar pits. Taking a rest in the private room at the way station and getting some shut-eye, Sam has a dream about Amelie and the beach, which wakes him up. Thanks to the chiral network having been extended to this place, Fragile appears via a chiralgram with Lou. Fragile appears to have been healed from her extensive timefall damage. Very interesting. They then leave and Sam heads back out. He now needs to hook up a shelter to the west called Via Libre and deliver a bunch of medical units, as the majority of residents living there are elderly people. Arriving and getting the shelter on the network, Sam speaks with La Madre, or the mother. She takes care of the elderly there and she's pregnant. However, her pregnancy has stalled at 7 months, another phenomenon which is termed as still baby syndrome. The medical units that Sam delivered there will help them understand what's happening with her pregnancy. Sam helps them out by completing aid requests and finding and returning lost cargo. Sam is now to head to retrieve some stolen cargo from a bandit camp and take it to the C1 South Distribution Center. On the way to the camp, he discovers some strange creatures known as chiral creatures. But eventually Sam reaches the camp. He fabricates a watchtower in order to be able to scout the area and scan for hostiles. Sneaking in and grabbing it or taking out the bandits, Sam retrieves the cargo, which are chiral density gauges, and returns them to their owner. Getting the South Distribution Center on the chiral network too, the man there, Benjamin Rivera, tells him that they've been working with the lab nearby in order to develop anti-BT technology such as blood grenades, similar to the hematic grenades Sam used back in the UCA. Sam gets some rest but is woken by a gatequake, and Benjamin says that the research lab may have taken a hit, and chiralium levels are rising too. Sam needs to get over there to the lab and see if everything is okay. Benjamin says that there's also a new BT area that has emerged, but they don't have any spare BB pods. Sam says that it seems his Dooms level went up at some point, so if he gets close enough, he can now see the BTs. As well as simply going there, Sam needs to clear out the BTs, and moving through them, Sam clears them out by using the blood grenades. Once they're all gone, Sam pushes up the hill and meets Alex Weatherstone. He is someone that Sam met back in the UCA. When getting the research lab onto the network, Alex says he worked there with Deadman. He says that the chiral spikes they've been monitoring are indicative of a giant BT making its appearance very soon. Naturally, they need Sam to be able to put it down. He also says that they've been seeing a lot of gatequakes and seismic activity in the region. He attributes this to shifts in something known as the tar currents. Anyway, Sam gets some rest in the private room and he is woken up by Deadman. Sam goes in for a hug, but it's just a chiralgram. Deadman says that this is a pre-recorded message, to be played in the event of Sam's arrival at the research lab. Deadman says that this place used to be a geophysics lab established for the study of earthquakes. He mentions gatequakes and tar currents and something that we've not heard of before, and they are plate gates. Deadman shares what he knows. Basically, all of South America is cut off from them by a tar belt. Researchers in the lab there were trying to make contact with other parts of the world. And this was possible as pre-stranding, the facility was previously used in order to launch research satellites. They launched probes and drones in order to try and obtain data, but this did not work. The chiralium in Earth's atmosphere was the reason for this, as electronics cannot function at altitude. They sent ships, but this did not work either, as high chiralium levels in the water meant corrosion became an issue, sinking the ships. They then found some birds not native to the region had showed up. Not far away, they had discovered a strange anomaly, and this was the plate gate that Deadman mentioned. It came to exist when Sam began to expand the chiral network across the UCA. Putting cameras near it, they got some interesting footage of some marsupials coming through it. They sent an autonomous robot through it too. It collected soil samples of what was on the other side and came back as the southern hemisphere. And finally, some people came through the gate speaking English and said they were from Australia. The researchers then began working with bridges and conducted tests. An expedition to Australia was carried out for, chiral network expansion, monitoring the gate from the Mexican side since the Australian side is not on the network. But the UCA don't really want random people using the gate. He also wants to talk to him about something far more important. However, the alarm starts to blare out. A massive BT has arrived and Sam needs to go and take it down. It tries to pull him in, trying to cause a void out, but Sam grabs onto something. He then proceeds to battle the BT using blood grenades along with an assault rifle loaded with multi-purpose bullets, effective against humans and BTs. After a long fight, Sam brings the BT down. Alex contacts Sam and tells him that chiral density is dropping fast now that the BT presence has been dealt with. Sam returns to the private room in order to finish listening to what Deadman had to say to him. Deadman says that after he left Bridges, he decided to dig into the past of BB-28, or Lou. He found the decommissioning records and discovered that BB-28 was flagged for disposal and was incinerated 4 years ago. This was a long time before Sam and Lou met. The child that was officially designated as BB-28 could not be Lou, as there was no birthmark on the child's elbow. This means that there are 2 BB-28s on record, despite regulations stating that each number assigned to a BB was to be unique. So why do 2 BBs have the same number? This means that Lou was never recorded in the official database. The question still remains as to where Lou came from. Deadman, however, says that this would be to Sam's advantage, as Bridges cannot track a BB for which they have no record. If they knew about it, about a Bridge baby having survived outside the pod, then they'd want to have it. Remember, as far as Bridges know, Sam incinerated Lou after the inauguration. Sam can bring Lou up in peace now. Deadman gives Sam gifts for Lou, firstly inoculations for her since she never got any, along with a toy. He places it inside a BB pod case and has left it upstairs at the terminal for Sam to take back home. But there's one more thing. As we know, Deadman doesn't have his own beach. He told us as much. that he was born from an artificial womb and was given transplant organs from cadavers after his own organs failed, hence the name Dead Man. Anyway, he says that he extensively studied the Ha, the car, and the beach. He says that he doesn't have long left, so he devoted his remaining time to his research. It's why he's there at the lab, so he can focus on the beach. Long story short, Dead Man found that he does indeed have his very own beach, proving wrong the assumption that only those born from other humans have their own beach. Dead Man found that he has a heart and a car, and a beach to go with them. He also confesses and apologizes to Sam. He previously told Sam that he didn't have dooms. He does. He didn't know at the time and only realized after he'd found his beach. He started having chiral allergies. Dead Man went to his beach, but this was his last message, and he tells Sam to take care of himself. He then departs for his beach. Sam sheds a tear for his friend, both happy and sad that he'll never see him again. Fragile then arrives with Lou via chiralgram, and she says that Dead Man would have been very happy that Sam managed to extend the network to the lab. Sam then gets ready to head home. Collecting the order from the terminal, Lou's medicine, and the toy, Fragile tells Sam that the data concerning him being on the run from Bridges has now been wiped. Sam then begins the journey back home. On the way back though, Sam gets a call from his shelter security system and is reporting that there's an intrusion of some sort. Hurrying back via the border crossing, Sam is confronted by what seem to be mechs. Trying to avoid them, Sam is trapped by them, but is saved by a very large samurai, whose identity is obscured and who destroys the mechs. Before Sam can ask the samurai who they are, the samurai disappears. Bemused but continuing on home, he receives another alert stating that gunfire has been detected at the shelter. Next to the shelter, he finds a very badly injured Fragile who quickly passes out, and there's no sign of Lou anywhere. After getting back to the shelter, she comes to and tells Sam that they were attacked. She says that she was about to put Lou down to sleep when the intruder alarm went off. She grabbed Lou and attempted to make an escape, and escaped inside the cargo lift. Getting on her bike, she tried to get away but was shot in the shoulder. Forcing her off the bike and having protected Lou successfully, Fragile saw a man in red approaching them. She tried to jump herself and Lou away from there but couldn't jump Lou out. So she jumped Lou out and Lou only, and a gunshot went off. Fragile came to and heard and saw the crying Lou, and she then passed out, which explains how and where Sam found her. Sam then spots baby BT prints on the floor. These prints then make their way over to Lou's old pod, and Sam closes the pod, trapping the BT inside. This BT resembles Lou. This leads Sam to assume that Lou is in fact dead. 1 month later, Sam is not doing so well. He's still deep in the throes of mourning. He's having recurring nightmares about losing Lou. Since she's a BT in the pod, Sam won't let the pod out of his sight. Fragile shows up, and although Sam doesn't blame her for what happened to Lou, it's clear that he's a long way off healing. Fragile begs Sam to stop hurting himself. Of course, you'll remember that Sam is a repatriate, so he cannot die. Fragile tells Sam that there's nothing left for him there but sadness and regret, and she leads him outside.
Come meet my crew, Sam. It's time for you to hit the road and start a new journey.
On board the ship, Sam is grey, just like he was on the beach. This is because the ship, called the DHV Magellan, DHV standing for Deep Tar Hunting Vessel, travels through the tar currents underneath Earth's surface. Naturally, when travelling through the currents, they are pretty much travelling through pure Chiralium. Anyway, Sam gets up and freshens up a bit, but is still so haunted as a result of his grief that he still hallucinates and sees Lou from time to time. Sam speaks with Fragile and she gives him a tour of the ship, telling him that the ship is not a UCA ship, but that they do have a generous patron who has access to money and technology, although Fragile has never actually met this patron as they value their privacy. On the bridge, Sam is introduced to Tarman. He's the ship's pilot or captain, has dooms, and he is able to sense the tar currents as at one point he lost his hand and is travelling through the tar somewhere but he does not know where. His connection to his missing hand is how he can sense the currents. He likens it to a sort of phantom pain. Fragile reveals herself to be the commander of this civilian outfit. She says that they are bound for the Plate Gate in Mexico, and their destination is on the other side, which you'll remember is Australia. Drawbridge have been asked to link it up, and that's where Sam comes in. Before we meet the rest of the crew, let's quickly look at Tarman's backstory. Tarman is a former doctor and geophysicist. Tarman also had a son. I say had as something tragic happened at some point whilst he and his son were out investigating the tar currents in line with his job as a geophysicist. On board the Magellan, which was initially built to facilitate Tarman's studies, they were studying what they called chiral mammals, the large creatures that exist within the tar. Having caught one, they were excited to unravel the mysteries of the tar, the tides, and even the Death Stranding. Tarman's son was advised to clip himself in, but he disregarded his father's advice. Looking at the mammal, it ejects a load of crabs from itself, indicating connection to the beach. Tarman's son assumed that the mammal was pregnant, but touching her, his handprint made an impression. Something then happened. A change in the mammal brought about instant timefall, along with a storm. The rough seas threw Tarman's son to the ground, and hunters emerged from the mammal and onto the Magellan. They were attempting to pull Tarman's son into the tar. Trying to pull his son back on board, Tarman stuck his arm into the depths to try and get a hold of his son's arm. For a moment it seemed that they were safe, but the now chiral crystallized mammal exploded and the shockwave threw Tarman's son into the tar. And then, just like that, the storm ceased and Tarman's son was gone. The instant cessation of the storm saw Tarman's forearm had been severed, trapped inside the tar, and after this he stood on the deck of the Magellan in shock. But he was joined by the strange Tarcat. Ever since, he's imagined that Tarcat is his son reborn. It's also strange that the whale wasn't pregnant with the hunters, but that the whale's womb was a gateway to the real world. But back to the plot. Sam spots Lou's pod there in the cockpit and picks it up. Another voice rings out and Sam doesn't know where that voice came from. This voice belongs to Dollman. He is also a doom sufferer and his car is trapped inside a doll. He's a former spirit medium whose wife was a nurse until she was killed in what's called a tar tsunami, which occurs during a gatequake. He'd go to the scene of this tragic incident with his daughter as she wanted to see her mother again. They found her having brought some fresh flowers, but of course, since the mother was a BT, she didn't recognise her daughter, and trying to touch the daughter, she dropped the phone which was playing music. The tar closed in on them as the BT freaked out, and they were dragged under and into the tar, eventually resurfacing at some point. They were both dead, or at least their heart or their bodies were. Dollman's daughter's car, her soul, got trapped inside her doll, and in order to give his daughter peace, he pushed her car out of the doll, taking her place with him becoming stuck there himself. His daughter's soul was able to pass on to the world of the dead. He lost his gifting when he got trapped inside this new shell. They were found by Fragile, who had actually been searching for this spirit medium, and after helping bury their bodies, she took Dollman in to work for Drawbridge. But Sam focuses his attention back to the pod, asking where Lou is, and Dollman starts to tell him that the pod is actually empty, but Fragile stops him. Dollman says that he understands such loss and says that Sam and Lou should go on one more adventure to link up Australia together. The Magellan then surfaces near to the research laboratory. Sam needs to go through the plate gate and connect the nearest shelter or base of the chiral network, and then the DHV Magellan will be able to move there using the tar currents. Sam then heads off to get his gear sorted. He trims his facial hair, dyes his grey hair to brown again, and gets set to leave on his new adventure with Lou. Fragile hands him the Cupid and he takes Dollman with him as he has a wealth of knowledge and experience. Sam plugs into the BB pod and has another vision.
You think you have a choice?
Both Sam and Dollman are pretty taken aback by this vision. Sam tells Dollman that he's seen these visions or memories before. Dollman calls it the bleed-through effect, where memories of the BBs are blended with someone else. Anyway, Sam needs to go to the Mexican plate gate, and it's located high up on the mountain, so Sam heads up. But arriving, he sees something strange.
What's the deal with them?
I've never seen them before. They almost look like they're on a pilgrimage.
They can just waltz right through the gate like that?
It would seem so. Once you extend coverage into Australia, the chiral network should afford us some additional security. Or at least allow us to maintain a record of whoever uses the gate. bears repeating that the UCA does not intend to restrict access to it. They only want to ensure safe passage for everyone traveling between the continents. Brace yourself, Sam. It's a gatequake. Oh. And a big one at that.
Sam heads through the gate, and approaching it, he sees that it's almost like a mirror. And stepping through, he finds himself in a strange sort of portal, and sees what appears to be the 5 extinction entities. A stark reminder that the extinction event is only delayed and not cancelled. A bright light then takes him to the other side of the plate gate. Sam is now in Australia. Accessing the terminal, Sam uses the Cupid and brings the Australian plate gate into the chiral network. The Magellan, now it's connected, is able to move through the tar currents and turns up. Boarding it, Sam heads to the bridge and speaks with a private patron Fragile mentioned. A robotic head on the plinth pops up, calling itself Charlie. This is the patron. They are presenting themselves this way due to their desire for privacy. Charlie says that he's not APAS and he's not an enemy either. He says that Sam needs to trust him as he's the one paying for the ship at considerable personal risk. Sam doesn't trust Charlie, so Charlie adopts the face and voice of Die Hardman, who of course is someone Sam knows from his time back in the UCA. He calls on someone to make an appearance. Sam calls him the new president of the UCA, the man who succeeded Die Hardman. Charlie explains that the UCA no longer has a traditional presidential system, making Die Hardman the first and only president of the UCA. The previous voting system based on the popular vote is gone, due to the fact that APAS were not able to ascertain public opinion in real time. A new model was adopted. This man is therefore not the president of the UCA, but of APAC. APAC oversee APAS. A bit confusing, I know, but stick with me. The president then shows up and Tarman's weird tar cat is not a fan. The president praises what Sam did in Mexico and thanks him. APAS has determined that Sam has a high probability of success in carrying out this goal of connecting Australia to the chiral network. He says that linking up Australia serves a greater goal, as they believe another plate gate will emerge once Australia is fully connected. This mission is, in terms of the larger goal, linking up the entire world to the chiral network and reclaiming the pre-Death Stranding world, where everyone is but one part of the greater whole. APAC, or APAS, will calculate the factors essential for Sam's success, and they will provide him with adequate support in order to achieve it. The president then leaves, and whilst Charlie is giving Sam the lowdown on the mission, he sees a vision of Amelie there on the bridge. Sam agrees to do what needs to be done and leaves the bridge. Getting some rest, Sam wakes and now needs to go and connect the first waypoint. He needs to go to the government shelter and get it online. Just like in America, these smaller shelters will act as signal boosters per se. The people in this shelter are trying to fill the void left by Australia's collapse by forming a brand new government. They are suffering from chiral contamination though, and Sam is to deliver some UAC tech in order to help them make a full recovery. Problem is that on the way there, Sam must pass through a BT area. A new type of BT has been seen here, and that is a watcher. They are like the BT version of a surveillance camera. Whereas gazer BTs wouldn't be able to see Sam, these ones can, although their field of vision is thankfully quite small. After a tense stroll through the BT territory, Sam arrives at the government shelter. Now that they've received equipment that will help them recover, they're more than happy to join the chiral network. So Sam uses the Cupid and gets them online. This man, Old Oz, tells Sam that since the Death Stranding, the environment there on the continent has been affected by horrible changes. Chiral contamination being very high is one, and Old Oz attributes it to the network being established back in the UCA. He says that the chiral network is causing instability beyond the reach of its coverage. Floods and earthquakes are quite regular. Linking all of Australia up will fix it, in theory. He tells Sam about armed groups he calls brigands. They are vehemently against expansion and have a hatred for new tech and, by extension, the chiral network. They view the increasing amount of anomalies as a legitimate reason to resist the expansion of the network. But back to business, as Sam needs to continue connecting the continent. Going back to the Magellan, Sam receives a mission from Charlie. He is to liberate the Western Environmental Observatory from the brigands, and then, after the brigands have been dealt with, to connect the observatory to the network. Approaching the observatory, Dollman requests that Sam throw him high up in the air. Dollman has the rather awesome ability to be able to use in order to survey the camp, looking for and tagging any potential threats. Dealing with them all, Sam speaks with the guy in charge there, Peter Gates, and then connects them to the network. He says there are 4 observatories on the continent, north, south, east, and this one, west. Bringing them all online will give them a good idea of where the next plate gate is likely to appear. Now that the observatory is on the network, the Magellan is able to travel there, and Sam heads back on board to receive his next mission. This mission involves going into the brigand camp and destroying a signal disruptor in the camp, as it's causing an anomaly in the tar currents. You see, there's a shelter in the hills belonging to a musician, and Tarman needs the shelter online, as he has a recording which itself contains mysterious sounds coming from the tar currents. The shelter can't be bought online until the signal disruptor has been dealt with. After staking out the camp, Sam takes out or sneaks through the brigands and destroys the signal disruptor. After a long journey up into the hills, Sam delivers the strange recording to the musician, who gets to work in deciphering what's on it. Sam then connects the shelter to the chiral network. Speaking with Tarman, he says that a group of strange figures clad in red have appeared near to West Fort Knot, along with a tar eruption. Sam goes there to investigate. Arriving and walking into the middle of the area, another tar eruption takes place, and the red-clad figures emerge from it. Sam, surrounded, sees a red sarcophagus emerging, and someone comes out from it. The person speaks, and Sam recognizes the voice as one he's heard before. It seems to be Higgs, and naturally Sam is bemused as to how he's still alive. Although Higgs states that he's just a ghost, who has come to take his revenge on both Sam and Fragile, all the way from the other side. He mentions Lou's death and aims his barbed comments at the BB pod Sam is carrying around, and says that Sam doesn't know anything about Lou. Higgs has Sam's dreamcatcher, the same one Amelie gave to him. He outlines his desire for Sam not to link this site up to the network, and he explains that his aim is no longer to cause voidouts and the like, but instead, his aim is to build a world where fear and violence are king, to pit humanity against one another, the exact opposite of what Sam and Drawbridge are trying to achieve. Higgs then summons a large mech from the tar. He then leaves in his sarcophagus, leaving Sam to deal with the mech. Targeting its weak points, Sam is able to defeat the mech, and afterwards, the mech sinks back into the tar, leaving a piece of itself behind. Getting West Fort Knot on the chiral network, Sam speaks to the person in charge there, called Olivia Westbrook, and she says they recovered the wreckage that was left behind by the mech, and they'll get to work in studying it. The president speaks with Sam, congratulates him, but also delivers the bad news that the tar current disruptions are increasing. He once again reiterates that the only way to resolve this is for Sam to reconnect the whole continent. Approaching the DHV Magellan, a shocked Fragile is standing outside of it, and in utter disbelief that Higgs is actually still alive, that he's found a way back from the beach just so he can exact his revenge. Fragile thinks that the people who assaulted Sam's shelter were Higgs and his mechs. She is angry at herself for not killing him when she had him there on the beach. Sam tells her she can't blame herself and says that something Higgs said is bugging him, and it's what he said about Lou. That Sam doesn't know a thing about her. He realised that Higgs was right. He doesn't. He asks Fragile, and by extension Drawbridge, to look into Lou's background. She agrees to find what she can. Resting and suffering another nightmare, Sam gets ready for his next step on his mission. Sam is now to head to another distribution centre. In order to do that, he needs to restore the mine to the north. He also needs to reactivate the monorail, so, heading to the north, Sam reaches the mine and gets it back online. He then delivers materials to the city using the newly activated monorail. Heading back to the Magellan, Sam goes to the bridge and speaks with Fragile. She's got some information about Lou.
I have updates for you, if you have time.
I take it you've learned more about Lou?
We followed up on the message Deadman left for you at the lab. About how there was another BB-28, not Lou, who, according to the records, was decommissioned 4 years ago. The first time you and Lou met was about 2 years ago now, when you were entrusted with a BB previously issued to Bridges Corp's disposal. And together, the two of you made it all the way across North America.
Deadman and everyone else at Bridges, they all called Lou BB-28.
Right. Because that was Lou's serial number. You see, we found the records for the BB storage facility. By cross-referencing the data, we confirmed that after BB-28 was decommissioned 4 years ago, Lou was assigned the same designation and placed into storage.
So what you're telling me is that instead of getting a new serial number, Lou inherited an old one?
As for Lou's mother, following the C-section, it seems she passed away. And that, pretty much, is the extent of our recent discoveries. Without a still mother to provide support, it makes sense that Lou was kept in reserve. But we still have no idea who approved the serial number reassignment. much less why they did it.
Higgs said there were things I didn't know. Maybe this is what he was talking about.
I think it could be.
I want to know everything about Lil.
You're playing his game, Sam. Chasing after the past is what Higgs wants you to do.
I need to know where Luke came from. I have to know.
If you're sure, Sam, I'll keep digging. In the meantime, you should get plenty of rest before your next mission.
After getting some rest, Sam now needs to deliver some terraforming equipment to a place known as Rainbow Valley. A drawbridge member has been there doing research and is set to join the crew. The terraforming equipment will replace this staff member so that the researchers in the valley can continue their research with them gone. Delivering it, Sam connects Rainbow Valley to the network, and going to meet up with the member of Drawbridge, he spots her dancing to music. Seems that she's dancing in the timefall and is not suffering any aging. In fact, she appears to be able to restore aging damage from timefall back to an earlier state. She spots Sam and runs into her shelter. This person is called Rainey, so let's look into her backstory. So Rainey's story is a troubled one. She's a doom sufferer like the other members of Drawbridge. Fragile had heard of the girl that was able to bring the rain. Because of her gift, it naturally came with people who saw her as a threat to their safety, as whenever she stepped out, the timefall would come. She couldn't make it stop, and the community she was in hated her for it, and that included her parents too, with them telling her to leave. Rainey was seen as the witch who brought the timefall, and people even attempted to burn her alive. She had previously enrolled in a UCA program as she had hoped to find her purpose as a mother, hoping to become pregnant. And she did. Her top says the Bridget Foundation. It's obvious that Bridget and Bridges wanted the children of doom sufferers. One night she was being hunted by a mob. No one was willing to take her in. While she was being hunted, a woman threw a rock at her stomach, causing Rainey to lash out. The woman hit her in the stomach again and instantly apologized. Rainey was about to kill the woman when Bridges' security forced her away and told her to leave. Alone, she contemplated ending it all, but then Fragile spoke with her, telling her she's been looking for her. She offers Rainey a job working with her in Drawbridge. She goes to walk away, but Fragile tells her that she believes she can help and save the world. Still cautious, it's at this moment that Fragile, now stood in Rainey's restorative rainfall, is healed of the timefall damage to her hand caused by Higgs and his timefall torture. Rainey eventually decides to join Drawbridge, completely healing Fragile of her timefall damage, and this is where we jump back into the plot. Following Rainey into the shelter, which appears to be full of life and the beauty of nature, Sam catches up to her. She has a lot of lorikeets, and she herself appears to be pregnant. Her and Dollman are, of course, familiar with one another. Fragile contacts and speaks with Rainey, and she gets ready to leave for the Magellan. Back on board and on the bridge, Rainey and the whole crew are reunited. After another rest, Sam gets to his next mission. Sam is to recover a kangaroo that has escaped from a nearby animal shelter. However, disaster strikes, and a load of strikes from the sky cause a bushfire. Needing to get to the kangaroo quickly, Sam battles through the smoke, falling trees and fire, and recovers it. Making it through the bushfire and dodging yet more strikes, Sam is able to deliver the kangaroo to the animal shelter. They're delighted with what Sam did, and are eager to join the chiral network, so he gets them online. Heading back outside, he sees Rainey working her magic, and she calls upon the rains to put out the bushfire. Back on the bridge of the Magellan, Fragile tells Sam a bit more about Rainey's backstory and her gift. She explains that Rainey brings the timefall, but that within a 1.5 meter radius of her body, a different kind of rain falls. A restorative one called Corefall. They shift conversation onto her unborn child. She's been pregnant for a while, but the pregnancy has stalled at 7 months. Something we've seen before in La Madre back in Mexico. Still baby syndrome. This seems to be happening everywhere. The baby is alive, but it's as if the baby is frozen in time. Removal from the womb via C-section results in death. Tarman suspects this is due to an imbalance in the beach, or more specifically the beach that exists above all others, Amelie's beach. Tarman thinks that Sam extending the network across the UCA may have disrupted the link to that beach. That's the theory, anyway. Dollman reminds Sam that BB units were also 7-month-old fetuses. Charlie chimes in and says that extending the chiral network across Australia is also intended to try and restore this balance in the link to the upper beach. This way, they may be able to resolve the issue of still baby syndrome. After this, Sam gets more rest and he's ready to tackle his next assignment. He sets out from West Fort Knot as he needs to track a load of cargo and aid to another observatory. Tarman also updates Sam, telling him that more tar current instability is now preventing the DHV Magellan from travelling anywhere. Anyway, arriving at the Northern Observatory, Sam hooks it up to the chiral network. The guy in charge there, Mike Northcote, says that the brigands seem to have expanded their arsenal, which is strange as they don't have access to a chiral printer to be able to make the stuff themselves, which means that someone is supplying them with it. This facility also monitors the behaviour of tar currents, and there's some BT territory north of the observatory that separates the observatory from a piece of land that's being consumed by tar, and that the tar is increasing. Eventually it'll swallow up the observatory. The President speaks with Sam and tells him to head north and to continue expanding the network. Tarman then calls and says they have identified what's throwing the tar currents into a state of chaos. He asks Sam to take a look at the area as there are very high levels of chiralium present. So moving his way towards the BT area, Sam spots a huge tar wall. This is definitely what's causing the tar instability for sure. Approaching the strange wall, Sam sees a man in there beckoning him inside. It's a younger version of himself. It's mirroring him. He is grabbed and pulled inside. Sam comes to and finds himself in a different place entirely. Fireworks are going off and this appears to be a Day of the Dead celebration in Mexico. Individuals on bikes appear and these seem to be members of a militia. Tar erupts from the ground and a mysterious man emerges on a bike with his hands bound. Breaking free, the man revs his bike and removes the sack on his head. The militia then get off their bikes and the leader puts a bandana on. Sam moves forward and spots the silhouettes of people moving down the street. Are these people dead? He spots something strange though, a young woman who appears alive, unlike the others there. Sam makes his way through the streets attempting to find the mysterious man. He encounters his militia at certain points, but eventually he comes to a cemetery where he sees the man is sat waiting for him. Sam then must proceed through the cemetery and he fights off the militiamen, eventually defeating the mysterious man.
Say Nirvana? Is he implying this is some sort of realm for the enlightened?
Coming to back in the real world again, Sam finds that the young woman they saw earlier is in a strange sarcophagus and they're with him, and because of the tar fall being gone, the Magellan is now able to travel there and they take the sarcophagus on board. Tarman and Fragile examine and cut open the sarcophagus, which itself is filled with tar. Wiping off her arms, they spot some strange markings on the woman's skin, which, when opened, slightly ooze tar, and pulling on some barbs coming from them, the liquid splashes onto Fragile, and it seems that, opposite to Rainey, this woman is able to age things, just like the Timefall does. The woman then opens her eyes. Having gotten some rest, Sam is contacted by Fragile and is told to go to the room next door. The young woman is now levitating above the bed, and they have to strap her down. Fragile says this is her having nightmares. Tarman says that she's able to connect to the beach during sleep, and this results in very large amounts of chiralium being able to flow through her body. Despite these things, she's otherwise perfectly healthy. He explains that the markings on her arms are indicative of a chiral rash, similar to the goosebumps Sam gets, but a lot worse. They speak about the place they got sent to, which Dolman thinks might be called Nirvana. She doesn't seem to have a name, this woman, so Fragile has named her Tomorrow. But back to work. Sam has to go and deal with the brigand threat to the west. Thanks to the Tarfall having washed up some cargo, they now have some pretty dangerous weaponry, unlike any that had been seen before. They also have some explosive ordnance too, burrowing bombs. Such equipment could be used to cause instabilities in the tar currents. With Drawbridge thinking that the brigands are planning some sort of raid, Sam needs to go and get it. Getting there, the brigands are wearing red-coloured armour. Could this be related to the mechs Sam has encountered? Taking out all the brigands and securing the weaponry and ordnance, Sam takes it back to the observatory. Upon receiving a call from Fragile, Sam learns that Tomorrow has regained consciousness and goes back to the Magellan. He sees Tomorrow throwing her shoes out of the door. She seems to like crypto buyers though. She won't touch normal food and she's shy. She's not talking either. Rainey says that she needs some time to settle. After getting some rest, Sam wakes up nice and fresh and is now ready to head out on the next assignment. Speaking with Charlie, he says that establishing connection to the north, he'll be able to establish connection to Hartman's facility. He is first to head through a BT area to the distribution center and both deliver some necrobiotes and then to link it up. It's there that he meets Samson Hook, a man also known as Golden Fist, a man who allegedly took down a load of people that stole from his people using his bare hands. But the story, according to him, is far less Hollywood. He simply talked to those people and taught them how to survive since they didn't know how to. He is, like many others at the distribution center, a survivor of Cape Fort Knot, having been swallowed up by the tar. Anyway, after a quick sleep, Sam wakes to tremors taking place. Going to speak with Samson Hook, he says that it's not so bad there, but that West Fort Knot had it worse, and as a result, Sam needs to deliver life-saving cargo and aid packages, including chiral printer parts to them. Making his way to West Fort Knot, Sam delivers the needed aid, and Fragile gets in touch and says there's been an urgent help request as a man has been kidnapped. The guys Sam is going to come up against are far more dangerous than the brigands. They aren't scared of Voidouts and have no problem actually killing people. These are armed survivalists, and again, they were armed by someone else, a mysterious third party. Reaching the armed survivalist's base, which is an old mine, Sam infiltrates it and finds the man he needs to rescue. He's unconscious, but Sam successfully gets him out of there. Delivering him to his friend known only as the Dowser, Sam connects her base to the chiral network too. After this, along with getting rested, Sam heads to the bridge of the Magellan, and Tarman, Fragile and Rainey are having a discussion about Tomorrow. They're still reading Tarfall Activity where they picked her up, and Tarman says that there still may be a passage there, and to the other side. He says that Tomorrow could use it to go back home. Everyone except Dolman and Tarman are opposed to this, as Tarman sees her as potentially dangerous, that her family must be there in the other world and that she is not one of them. Tomorrow, listening in, is pleased to hear that Fragile and Rainey are standing up for her, referring to her as a real human being and that she should stay. Sam also echoes this sentiment. With the matter settled, Sam can get back to work. Before that though, it seems that Tomorrow has left the Magellan. Going after her, following her trail, Sam eventually finds the jacket she was wearing on the ground. A bunch of Higgs red mechs show up and Sam is forced into combat against them. With it looking like he's overwhelmed, someone shows up to help him. After she emerges from the tar, Tomorrow talks about how she feels she doesn't belong, but Sam also tells her there's no place for the living in her world. She talks with Sam about how the crew of the Magellan were fighting, because of her. She talks about her never having had a family, and she asks Sam if he has one too, to which he responds that he does not. Giving Tomorrow her shoes, Sam, Tomorrow and Dolman head back towards the Magellan. Fragile offers Tomorrow a job working with them at Drawbridge, which she's delighted by, now feeling that she belongs. But Sam's work does not stop and he needs to push on. After getting some sleep, Sam hears from Tarman, who is intrigued by the mechs that Sam and Tomorrow had encountered. He compared it to the data from what was left over from Sam's fight against the mech in West 4 Not, and they operate under the same technology. They're not being remote controlled though, which is strange, nor do they have autonomous function. They're not merely robots. Tarman likens them to puppets without strings that are being driven by spirits. He calls them ghost mechs. Sam needs to head to Hartman's facility now. Continuing over the harsh, rocky terrain of the mountains, Sam finally makes it to his old friend Hartman's facility and connects it to the network.
Administering shock. Stand clear.
Upper beach reference frame confirmed. UB coordinates are L 47.37, B plus 6.32.
Hartman?
You're looking well, Sam. Thank you for coming. Oh. It's been a while.
Ticker still holding up?
Thanks to this support unit, I can flatline anytime, anywhere, without worry. No need for beds and the like either. I can sleep standing up. Not bad, eh?
Still looking for him, huh?
I am. They're a large part of the reason I came to this place.
You okay?
I've been rather unkind to my heart. You might say I'm on the verge of heartbreak. Still, it's a small price to pay for mapping the beach. And now that my work here is complete, I can accompany you all on your journey. Oh, we undertook the beach mapping program to help determine the most efficient strategy for linking up Australia. While near Death, I traversed the beach and provided location data to APAS, which it used to build a database. Oh, APAS was my partner in this, you see. I also collected water samples from the various beaches I visited, which I duly deposited in the form of my own tears. Apparently, the water somehow circulates between them and the world of the living. The samples were required to study the phenomenon.
Huh. This is the first I've heard of it. I didn't think this was your field.
Oh, it isn't. Far from it. I collected the samples for the benefit of a collaborator. In the process, I placed a greater strain on my heart. But it's nothing to worry about. Like it or not, they all wear out, sooner or later.
You sure you're okay? All good in there?
Now that this facility is connected and back on board the Magellan, Sam goes to the bridge. He sees that Hartman is already hard at work. He tells Sam and the crew that he recently received a number of strange emails from himself. Fragile had received similar ones too, about Lou's records. But Hartman had received one in particular that he found distressing. Some incredibly sensitive UCA documents on BBs and chiral communications tech, including records about the BB bridges had sacrificed to be the foundation of the chiral network. Remember that the original baby was to be Sam, but after what Cliff and Bridget did, they had to find another. Hartman talks about why bridge babies were crucial for the chiral network, as their link to the beach allows a connection to it, allowing the data to be passed through by the chiral network. Tarman elaborates and says that these unborn children of still mothers possess a special connection to the beach. The BBs, these 7-month unborn fetuses, were deemed to be the missing link to the beach, leading to the chiral network's development. Sam is concerned that he's been condemning these babies whilst hooking up the chiral network in Mexico and Australia. But Charlie chimes in and tells him that the Cupid he's been using does not use a human catalyst for connection. Hartman says that despite Bridget's desperation, she wouldn't order women be deliberately made brain dead to produce BBs, but Bridges were working on a different plan. They secretly had still mothers brought over the border from Mexico and used smugglers in order to do it. They were then able to produce the bridge babies they needed in order to establish the chiral network. 10 units were prepped for integration, but they only used 9 of them. 1 remained. He says that the original BB was decommissioned. Then, 4 years ago, Lou was assigned to the vacant BB-28 assignation and placed into storage. What he finds strange though is that when the first expedition set off 4 years ago, Lou wasn't taken with the expedition and was left in storage. Hartman wonders why she was excluded from the mission and what other plans Bridges had for her. Upon getting rested, Sam is now to deliver some beach yeast to a guy known as the pizza chef. Seems he's very particular about the ingredients he uses for his pizzas, so Sam treks down the other side of the mountain and delivers it to his shelter, also bringing it onto the chiral network. Charlie gives Sam his next assignment, and that is to deliver a pizza. No, seriously, to a shelter owned by someone known only as the data scientist. This one has a time limit since the pizza needs to be delivered hot, obviously. So delivering the pizza on time, Sam links the shelter to the chiral network. After this, Sam is to recover an old and empty BB pod from an armed survivalist base, and this is on request from a group known as the Motherhood, and to deliver it to them. Infiltrating the camp, Sam finds the pod and treks across the barren red sands to the Motherhood's base of operations. He connects them to the network, and having been given a hint for the code for the main door, he enters the facility. Sam is met with caution and he speaks with the doctor. She wishes to examine Sam's BB pod and tells him that his BB has passed on. She is someone who was born with 2 right hands. This is something referred to as chiral hands. Due to this, she is able to examine still babies whose growth is stalled at 7 months, and is able to examine and deliver them without removing them from the womb through invasive surgery, which, remember, results in a high risk of death. She says they call her a psychic midwife, and she reveals that she used to work for Bridges. Anyway, she tells Sam that he's suffering from persistent complex bereavement disorder. One of the women there tells Sam that the shelter is a safe space for mothers. The doctor goes on to explain how she tried to place one child inside a pod, but that child didn't survive, and that child was the child of one of the women there. Their safe space eventually came under threat by men who wanted women, hence why they are now armed. But them taking up arms meant that these men got bolder. They reveal quite an impressive arsenal of weaponry. Asking where they get their hardware, one woman there says that a weapons factory has been pumping these weapons out non-stop. They're not fussy about who they deal with, providing weaponry even to the men terrorizing these women. The doctor wants Sam to destroy the factory's ability to produce these weapons, halting the spread of weapons on the continent. Before leaving, the doctor plunges her hands into Sam's torso and pulls out the bullet that was still inside him that was fired by Bridget. Heading onto the Magellan, there's an emergency, and they're stuck. Parts of the vessel have been clogged with tar. They need a special dissolvent in order to clear out the tar, and there's some being held ready for transport at one of the distribution centers. So Sam makes his way to retrieve the cargo. Hauling it all the way back to the DHV Magellan, the crisis is averted, and Sam can now rest. By the time he's woken up, the blockage has been cleared away. But Sam's work is nowhere near finished, as he needs to head out to destroy the weapons factory's ability to produce the hardware. Sneaking through the factory site, Sam can see that there are ghost mechs everywhere. Making sure they can't see him, Sam makes entry to the warehouse where he finds the weaponry being printed, and he shuts down the operation. He can now make a swift exit with the job done. However,
Let that yawn out. There's no pretending. I will hold you and protect you. So let love warm you till the morning.
Hey, brother. Did you miss me?
Hell no.
Yeah, I figured you'd pay this place a visit, seeing as how I've been distributing the fruits of this fine factory all over the continent. Some guns and violence, the whole damn world could be yours. Same as it ever was. Oh. Looks like you decided to trade in that rope for a stick this go-around. Well, I suppose even a porter has to pull the trigger from time to time. Oh, what about you? Hey, buddy. Are you just another soulless little husk, huh?
Let go of me!
Oh.
Pathetic guitarist. Where's the rest of your band?
Well, ain't that something?
Was it you, Higgs? Huh? Was it you that killed Lou?
You still don't know, do you? Sam the man in the dark about everything.
The fuck you know about my kid?
If you want answers, you're gonna have to find them yourself. But the ones you do find, well, that pain you nurse will only get worse. Now, I gotta say, I'm not a big fan of that fancy boat your friends brought along, so before they show up, how about I get a little taste of that endless agony? Something special just for you. Look at that rope you like so much. This here, my guts. And they'll grow tighter over time. You best believe they will pop your head clean off. But you are a patriot, meaning you'll just keep coming back. Only for my boys here to keep doing their thing over and over again. So you'll just die and die and keep on dying for all eternity.
Sam!
Yeah. Really is a shame you won't stay dead. But hey, locking you in a cycle of endless suffering, well, that's good too. So let's let the glorious game over loop begin. The fuck? Yeah, Big Red. Just you and me dance, huh?
Sorry, Sam. We'll have to have our fun another time.
Hey! Who the hell are you?
Still pondering as to who the large red samurai is, Sam returns to the Magellan. Good thing is that the device Sam used to destroy the weapons fabricators also pulled the data from them, so they have decent information on this operation. Using the data, Fragile tells Sam they've discovered another type of fabricator, one that wasn't at the weapons factory, and they're unclear as to what the fabricator is being used for, but it does mean that there's maybe another factory out there somewhere. It's now become abundantly clear that Higgs was the one that armed the brigands, the armed survivalists, the Motherhood. Also, they would create a cycle of violence, essentially pitting humanity against itself. Next, Sam receives an assignment from Charlie, and he's talking about the coffin Higgs seems to be using. Well, they found and tracked down a similar looking object that is ready to be transported somewhere. It's at the survivalist's base where Sam recovered the old BB pod for the Motherhood. So he goes there, infiltrates, steals the coffin and delivers it to a shelter run by a man calling himself the Mechanic. And he links the Mechanic's shelter up to the chiral network, receiving a rather fancy instant camera. The Mechanic mentions dangerous tech popping up everywhere and says that the weapons are flowing freely again too. It's almost like Sam merely put a small dent in Higgs' operation. Charlie also says the coffin Sam recovered is undeniably using the same technology that the mechs are, and it utilizes the tar currents. With the shelter online and on the network, Sam goes back to the Magellan to rest. Waking, Hartman contacts Sam over the intercom in his room and says that there are children's building blocks in his room and that he doesn't remember putting them there. Dollman says that maybe they belong to Tomorrow. This alleviates Hartman's concerns somewhat. Sam, after taking photos for Fragile, Rainy and Tomorrow, is now to go and link up East Fort Knot to the chiral network. He's delivering cargo to the facility too, which needs to be picked up from West Fort Knot, so it's a massive trek. Nonetheless, Sam arrives at West Fort Knot to pick up the cargo and hauls it east to its destination and links East Fort Knot up to the network. Thanks to the cargo he delivered, which were a number of life support machines, people with chiral contamination will recover. Tarman speaks with Sam and says yet another tar current disruption has occurred, and until it's stabilised, the Magellan won't be able to head east to join Sam. Upon stepping outside, Sam sees more tar fall. This time, as he looks into the wall, he sees the mysterious man from before. Grabbing the man's hand, Sam is dragged back into the tar again. He finds himself in an underwater location, inside a hospital, and he encounters the man and his squad. With this clearly being someone else's beach, Sam must once again fight the man, and after he's gotten rid of his squad, he defeats this mysterious man.
Recognize his face?
No, I don't.
Sam, do you read me? Come in, Sam. Come in.
We were whisked away to that strange place again.
What? We only lost you for a few seconds.
And time must flow differently over there, like on the beach.
Well, glad you're all right. The tar currents seem to have settled down, so we'll be able to surface there shortly. Just sit tight, okay?
As we saw, Sam hasn't returned empty-handed. He has the man's bridge's ID card. Sam gets some rest, freshens up and heads to the bridge. When there, they discuss the mysterious man. Charlie had helped Fragile get the details, but the man's name is Neil Vanna. He wasn't saying Nirvana. Back in the first place, he was telling Sam his name. Charlie says the card was from a while ago, when the chiral network was still being developed at Bridges, and he was required to handle orders with special requirements attached to them. He had dooms and worked the Mexican border, Officially, he was transporting resources and medical supplies, but really he was transporting drugs and other contraband. Therefore, Neil Vanna was a smuggler. Neil is somewhat linked through his access card privileges to the Bridge Baby program. This facility in question was a place where Sam had attended his counselling sessions with Lucy, his deceased wife. But this place was wiped off the map 11 years ago in a voidout in which Neil died. This was the very same voidout which saw Sam emerge as the sole survivor due to him being a repatriate. Neil Vanna would frequent this facility, so Charlie asks if Sam had ever met Neil, to which he says that he has not. That's all they've got for now on Neil Vanna, so Sam heads back to his room. Heading on another assignment whilst Fragile and Charlie try to dig up more information on Neil Vanna, Sam is now to head up into the snowy mountains and is to deliver cargo to a researcher called the chronobiologist. He's delivering variants of cryptobiotes to her. Trekking up the snowy and stormy mountains, he eventually makes it to her shelter and connects it to the network. The chronobiologist also starts talking about extinction entities and how an umbilical cord links them to the beach, that their remains don't fossilize. The variants Sam delivered are called chronobiotes and are apparently able to alter someone's inner clock, making things around the host move more slowly. There are parasitic chiral microbes that attach themselves to these biotes, and these microbes come from the beach. These chronobiotes are therefore potentially a form of umbilical cord or tether linking their host to the other side. She also says they can't discount the possibility that another EE may yet be born. She also believes that researching these microbes could help prevent another extinction event. Speaking with Fragile, she says she has more information on Neil Vanna. So, Sam goes to the bridge.
We managed to learn a few more things about Neil Vanna. You may remember that he was a porter contracted by Bridges. That's what we told you before. Since then, I received a mail.
Another one from our very own Hartman, I'm guessing. Look, we sure we can trust them? Whoever they are?
They are almost certainly someone on the inside. Someone with access to the UCA's administrative systems. It seems Neil Vanna was attending therapy sessions.
But the real revelation is who Vanna's therapist was. Charlie, can you please explain?
A specialist who worked with other doomed sufferers, including one Sam Bridges. She was your therapist and your partner.
Lucy?
Neil Vanna's name was on our client list. Right there in black and white.
That's crazy.
We also uncovered a photo you should see.
Per the records, they perished in a voidout which claimed an entire city. A voidout only you survived, Sam.
Lucy was pregnant at the time.
It wasn't mine. The child she was carrying. She straight up told me to my face. I never had any kids. She was just my shrink, helping me to work through my often phobia. That's all she ever was to me.
Sam now needs to continue linking up a path to the Eastern Observatory and link up the metagenomicist. On the way though, he needs to recover a time-for-resistant emu and deliver that to her. Grabbing it, he delivers it and links her shelter to the network. The metagenomicist is the sister of the chronobiologist. After investigation of the emu, she found that it was riddled with parasitic chiral microbes, the same ones the chronobiologist had found on the chronobiotes. She says that this is a vital clue to understanding the mystery of the Death Stranding. Sam is now to head to another distribution center and to get that online as well. Apparently one of Sam's old acquaintances is there. Going there and delivering the chiral microbes, he sees that it's Victor Frank. He says that people there have been talking about guys in red sneaking around, and Victor thinks it's got something to do with Higgs and his ghost mechs. He explains that a settlement nearby, Lakeside Fort Knott, is now a tar lake, and this was after a giant BT emerged and caused a void out, claiming the lives of thousands. He says things like that, make him think about his brother Igor. Fragile contacts Sam and tells him they've identified what might be a ghost mech outpost, so he heads back to the Magellan. Taking on the assignment from Fragile, Sam is now to move on to the area they think is the ghost mech outpost. He needs to shut down Higgs' means of producing these ghost mechs, so Sam enters the factory and destroys 4 fabricators, along with all the hostile ghost mechs inside, and he also has to defeat and destroy one of Higgs' protection units too. And now that's done and dusted, Sam has now done a large amount of damage to Higgs' operation. Finally, he delivers more information from the factory back to the Magellan. Tarman delivers some rather strange information, that materials used to produce the ghost mechs along with the delivery routes were the very same used by APAC, meaning that APAC were likely involved in the production of the mechs. This floats up a possibility that Higgs and APAC are working together, and they indicate that they need to be careful with what they say around APAC's president from now on. The information Sam retrieved also mentions ghost mechs using rocket launchers, and Tarman suggests the Magellan needs outfitting with its own countermeasures. He knows a specialist in South Fort Knott who can help them, so he suggests that Sam go there and link them up to the network. On the way, Fragile radios and asks Sam if he's noticed Hartman doing anything strange lately, sending strange emails and sleepwalking. She checked the cameras and saw him wandering around at night. Arriving, as well as delivering a meteorite sample to the adventurer's son is there, but says that his father had been gone for quite a while after he went up the mountain. His father is the only one that can authorize connection to the chiral network, so Sam needs to go and rescue him. Heading back up the mountain, Sam finds the adventurer, and it's the same guy he rescued from the survivalists. Taking him back down the mountain into the shelter, the adventurer's son is now allowed to authorize connection to the network, and Sam does so. With Fragile needing to speak to him about the Hartman situation, Sam goes back to the DHV Magellan to get some rest. During the night, Sam wakes to find Hartman watching him through his door. Following him, he finds him doing something in the vehicle bay.
Hey, Sam. Long time no see. It's me, your old pal, Dead Man.
Dead Man?
Sorry if I gave you a scare. While Hartman is off conducting his near-death excursions, I am borrowing his body. My soul is normally confined to the beach, but for 3 minutes, I get to be here.
How's that possible?
Because he has my heart.
You're telling me that's...
My parting gift to Hartman, yes. Per his request, I bequeathed it before departing on my one-way trip to the beach. He put so much stress on his own that it had grown quite weak. If and when it failed, mine was meant to serve as insurance. But as you can see, he appears to have become rather attached to my heart. His finger never far from the proverbial on switch, which is why I've been able to assume control of his body. Come here. It's good to see you, Sam. I told you in Mexico that someone had falsified BB-28's records. But in truth, it was yours truly. My intention was to leave no trace of a second BB-28 or of Lou. I wanted you to be free to live your lives, unburdened by the past. But then, well, everything changed, didn't it? You lost Lou, and needed answers to make sense of it all.
30 seconds remaining.
So, I decided to access the network servers from within the beach. Security isn't as strict over there as it is here, you see.
So that was you?
That's right. I am the one who dug up the information about Lou's past. Your very own Hartman was me all along.
Administering shock. Stand clear.
Sam? What's going on? And where are we?
Sam. Poor Hartman here is understandably confused. If you give us a moment alone, I'll explain things to him.
Okay.
Charlie contacts Sam and tells him they received a distress call from the Eastern Observatory and he needs to deliver aid to them. Sam is to deliver chiral decontaminators and sedatives. As you probably guessed, they're sick with chiral contamination and need this equipment fast, so Sam huffs it up and over the mountain again, being careful to keep safe due to the gatequakes, and he finally arrives at the observatory. Linking up to the network, the guy in charge here, Ridge Frost, says that they've been seeing an increase in chiral density as the network has been expanding, and this is evidence of a plate gate being due to emerge soon. Fragile speaks to Sam and says that Rainey isn't doing too well. It's more mental than physical, and it relates to her worry about the health of her baby. She mentions the doctor from the Motherhood and tells Sam that she should be able to help her. The president then contacts Sam on what appears to be a private line. Only Sam can hear and see him. He addresses Drawbridge's suspicions that APAC may be involved in ghost mech production. He says that APAC's underlying technologies lie on an older Bridges framework. He tells Sam that APAC are not the guilty party, but instead the guilty party are Bridges. And the president thinks that the UCA are involved, blaming the UCA's penchant for producing dangerous weaponry on America's past when it came to gun culture. He says that Australians have taken up arms against one another in order to defend themselves, which of course is what Higgs wants. The president calls this a distinctly American philosophy, being the right to bear arms. He says that if and when he learns more, he'll contact him. Anyhow, Sam goes back to the Magellan and they travel to the Motherhood's facility. Having arrived at the Motherhood facility, they take Rainey to see the doctor. She uses her gifts in order to examine the child, and she tells Rainey that her child is perfectly healthy, a girl, and this confirmation seems to help her a lot. There's still no treatment. However, when the balance between the beach and the world is restored, Rainey will be able to give birth. The doctor would like to ask Sam something though.
Sorry, but would it be alright if I took another look at your pod? The thing is, when I did my examination on your pod, I got the strangest feeling. The BB in that pod was there far longer than any typical BB. I'd like to check your pod's production number. If it's an official model, it'll have one inscribed on it.
I can tell you right now, there's no number written on it.
No, it wouldn't be on the outside. It would be inscribed on the inner wall. Now, you can't open a pod without endangering the BB's life, but there is a way that we can peek inside. See? Right there. See, a pod's production number is a record of when the occupant was transferred from the still mother's womb. Sort of like a BB's date of birth.
Impossible. 11 years ago. On the very same day as the Voidout.
Lou's date of birth was 11 years ago.
And not just that, the serial number is BB00, which would make Lou one of the first test subjects.
Yeah, that would appear to be the case, yes.
If we scour the archives for any mention of BB00, there's a chance we might learn more about Lou's past.
You really should try and put this behind you. And digging up the past won't help.
Sam heads back to the DHB Magellan. During all this time, Tomorrow has been improving. She's made a good friend in Rainey, and they've been singing and spending a lot of time together. At first, everything she touched seemed to age, wither, and die. But over time, as Fragile had suggested, she'd learned to control her powers. Rainey talked Tomorrow about a game in Japan where the act of throwing one shoe can predict good fortune. Very soon, Tomorrow became a valued member of Drawbridge, helping out in any way she could. Sam now needs to collect some interesting cargo, but Tarman has requested everyone assemble on the bridge first, so Sam goes there, and the crew are all strapped in and ready to travel. Moving through the currents, something happens, as the currents end up going crazy, and Tarman says that he's lost track of his hand, and that the connection has been severed. Rainey says there's an unidentified object approaching, and the vessel seems to be being dragged somewhere. Dollman says that it's not a BT, but it's dragging them down and the tar pressure risks crushing the vessel. Unable to break free, Fragile says they have no choice but to surface, and it's a risk, as they don't know where they'll come out.
Open blast shields.
If we don't do something, it'll crush us.
Hold it! Yeah, I'm hardly a repatriate, but I'm immortal enough. Damn. When'd you start rolling with such a big crew, Sam? Settle. Unless you want me to blow her head off. Oh, well. You roll back the clock and that old time fall soaked hide of yours, huh? You know I'm only here to get revenge on you and Sam. The rest of y'all I really have no quarrel with, so, you know, you let me keep the two of them and y'all can fuck off. No? All want to die together. Except for the fact that Sam's a repatriate, so can't really share in your sad fate. But before I pop him, he gets to watch me kill all y'all.
Mech? So he's, what, Mecha Higgs?
Sir, disappointed. But I don't break that easy. So be it. It's gonna be that way. Y'all could all go down with the ship.
With the ship gradually being crushed by the mech, Sam gears up and heads out, fighting the mech, the same one he fought before, and once again, he takes it down. Back on the ship again, Fragile is getting ready to head out with Tomorrow and Rainey, and this is due to the fact that the vessel took some damage, so they need to go and get parts for the repairs as the vessel cannot travel. Sam, on the other hand, needs to carry on extending the network, so he needs to go and link up South 4 Knot, as they have weaponry the Magellan needs, but Sam needs to link up another site on the way. Sam is to head to the shelter of the Phantom Smith. He also needs to recover some cargo too, and this involves a trek across the mountains and BT-infested areas. He makes it through and delivers the cargo, also bringing in the shelter onto the chiral network. After a chat with the Phantom Smith, the President contacts Sam on the private line again. He mentions Charlie and asks if he's ever behaved in a suspicious manner. The President says that Charlie's credibility has been routinely calculated by APAS, and it has dropped sharply. After trying to confirm his credentials, it doesn't appear that anyone has ever met Charlie. He may not even exist. Despite this, the President insists Sam continue what he's doing. Sam presses on to South Fort Knot. It's a very long walk, but he gets there, and he delivers the cargo and gets it onto the network. The guy in charge there is to give Sam what Tarman needs to improve the defense capabilities of the DHV Magellan. It'll take some time to get ready, so Sam is offered rest in the distribution center's private room. Before getting some shut-eye though, the President makes contact with Sam again, privately. He says that he reviewed the contract between APAS and Drawbridge and followed the money trail. He says that funding for Drawbridge was provided by Bridges, who used intermediaries in order to try and hide the transactions. He says that therefore Drawbridge cannot be deemed an independent civilian organisation. This also means that expansion into Mexico and Australia could be seen as an effort which is one of hostile invasion, so to speak. The President says that APAC were under the impression that Drawbridge was a non-government operation. He tells Sam that he's likely been deceived. Sam gets some rest, but he is then woken up by Hartman.
Well, at the Motherhood's facility, we managed to confirm that Lou's original serial number was none other than BB00. And this is what I found when I attempted to search for associated records. To build the chiral network, 9 sacrificial BBs were prepared. However, the network's original design required only 1. A single sacrificial BB unit, facilitating chiral communications across the entire North American continent. This approach called for what was dubbed a core bridge baby, and BB00 was a lucky candidate assigned to play this role. However, Bridges subsequently abandoned the idea, their tests having failed to yield the desired results. And so it was that the model requiring multiple sacrificial BBs was ultimately adopted.
Meanwhile, Lou was placed into storage for an extended period, and for reasons yet unknown, inherited the identity of BB-28.
Records indicate that the Bridges research team was responsible for the reclassification.
Were they trying to cover up the earlier experiments by falsifying Lou's production year, perhaps? Or did Bridges have some other hidden agenda?
I'm afraid that remains unclear.
Well, we now know Lou was born 11 years ago. There may very well have been a connection with Neil.
You know, my fondness for this place isn't wholly nostalgic. It has the most delightful hot springs, you see. Though, truth be told, even they aren't my favorite thing about it. If you can find the time, you should come visit. Give the old bones a soak.
Oh, a warm bath does sound good.
Perfect treat for a weary traveler. Anyway, I'll see you aboard the Magellan.
Whilst collecting the order for Tarman, the President calls again and says that whilst the DHV Magellan is a civilian vessel, the financing to make it suitable for this mission came from Bridges' old accounts, just like the funding for Drawbridge. He says this would make the Magellan a government vessel. Charlie was apparently involved in the relevant transactions too. Since it seems that Charlie does not exist, the President admits that this may actually have been the work of APAC. This is something he deems to have been a huge error. Sam proceeds to the DHV Magellan to deliver the parts to Tarman. However, Deadman calls as he's commandeered Hartman's hut while he's away and is scouring the beach. He's found out that Bridges intended to decommission and dispose of BB00, but someone intervened and prevented them from doing so, and that is why BB00 was sent to a storage facility and received the BB-28 serial number. Officially, and to Bridges, BB00 got decommissioned, and that was the end of it. But still, the question remains. Who was it that intervened? Well, the account that was used to alter and manipulate the BB records was Amelie. She saved Lou. But why? Arriving at the Magellan, the repairs are finished and the weaponry is installed on the vessel. Charlie contacts Sam and tells him that this knot is the last, and that is to link up Terminal Fort Knot to the network. Of course, there's an observatory to link on the way, and Sam's job is nearly done. After he's done resting, Charlie tells him that armed survivalists have set up a base in between them and the observatory. This wouldn't be a problem if it wasn't for the chiral jammers in the base. There's no way they can set up the network to pass through there, so Sam needs to enter the base and destroy these jammers. So, Sam goes to the base. The survivalists in this base are heavily armed, and Sam can choose to sneak round them or fight them. Nonetheless, he's able to destroy the 2 chiral jammers. He now moves on to the observatory, but reaching it, he's in for another fight. The ghost mechs attack, and Sam is forced to engage. He is able to defeat them all though, and the observatory is safe. For now. Putting the observatory onto the chiral network, Sam is surprised by Higgs. He throws out a blue flame from his guitar weapon, and Sam is set on fire, much to the delight of Higgs. He is unable to kill Sam due to him being a repatriate, so he must settle for a bit of eternal torture. After Sam dies over and over again and comes back, Higgs tells him that the flames love Chiralium, and that when Sam comes back from the seam he is covered in the stuff, meaning that this cycle will never end. Higgs is having a great time exacting his revenge, but someone is coming for Sam.
Oops. Catch you later.
Unable to put the flames out, Tomorrow tries to use her powers to speed up time, but it is pointless as these flames will never die out naturally. So Rainey brings the core fall, and she manages to douse the flames, ending Sam's suffering. He recovers pretty quickly, and despite this traumatic experience, he is ready to go again and link up Terminal Fort Knot. Dollman and the crew are speaking about telling Sam the truth about his BB pod and Lou.
Something wrong?
Lou's not looking right in there.
Here, show me.
What do you think? It's almost like Lou's fading away.
Is that so? And I'd say we're making progress.
I don't understand.
She asked me to help.
What?
Before we set out on our journey together, Fragile, she asked me to help you. To act as your therapist so that you could process the loss of your child. Sam, hear me out. Lou's been gone for a long, long time now.
No. Lou's right here. We just traveled across Australia together. I'll show you.
The pod you brought on this journey has been empty from the start. The truth is, I'm the one who's been operating your Audra deck, and it's because of that connection that I was able to share your flashbacks.
Hey, Sam. Can you take a picture of us?
Do you see? Nothing has changed. The pod has always been empty. We decided not to dispute what you said you saw, but to give you the support you needed instead. In this way, we believed we could help you come to terms with Lou's death.
Wait, what do you mean Lou's death? What are you talking about?
Please understand, Sam. We never meant to string you along.
Fragile was only worried about you.
I couldn't stand to leave you there. Broken. I wanted you to live. To move forward.
So from the beginning, Lou was never there? I've been alone this whole time.
You're wrong. Death can tear us apart. We'll always be connected.
No, we won't. Lou's gone. And that's that.
Trust me, Sam. We will always be with you, no matter what. You will never, ever be alone.
After coming to terms with the fact that Lou is in fact dead, Sam needs to continue on. But if something can go wrong, it will go wrong, and connecting Terminal Fort Knot to the network isn't that simple. Sam makes his way to Hartman's lab to obtain a device. He needs to take this device, which is a network stabilizer, to the North Distribution Center in order to resolve a connection issue. If this isn't done, they won't be able to link up Terminal Fort Knot. Delivering the network stabilizer, Sam connects this distro center to the network, and once again Sam learns that the tar currents are playing up again. This can mean only one thing. More tarfall has emerged. This time Sam sees Lucy, and she is pregnant, and appearing to beckon him into the tar. So, Sam travels into it. This time, Sam is in a metro station and encounters small, strange, flying creatures that burn up when they touch him, and turn into cryptobiotes. He then sees the silhouettes of the dead running round, frantically. Moving through the metro, he spots the militia have turned up again, but the metro collapses in on itself. Neil and his sidekicks then attack Sam, so he takes them out. Neil then retreats to a train car and recalls a memory from his childhood, a memory that he shares with Sam. It seems that something happened in Mexico when Neil was a child. The city was under threat, and something big had happened. A red-hot pendant had burned itself onto his hand, but he couldn't remove it. He was screaming out for his mother and father, and he was in some distress. A young girl approached him, a girl about the same age as him, and the two of them stuck together, but the young girl's leg ended up getting trapped underneath some debris, and trying to help her, the pendant burned into his hand, burned the girl's hand too. Neil heard his parents shouting to him, but he could not see them. He then looked up and saw massive BTs, and he then abandoned the young girl. Back with Neil on the train, he takes off a necklace, which has something of significance attached to it. Continuing their fight, Sam finds himself in a final showdown with Vanna, and once again defeats him. Sam approaches him and Neil asks if he is in fact Sam. He saves Sam from being crushed by falling debris, and an injured Neil lies there. He apologizes and says that he tried to protect her, meaning Lucy. The necklace he was holding earlier, he says, is from Lucy for Sam. Neil asks Sam to keep Lou safe, and as Sam comforts Neil, he grabs Sam's hand, giving him a glimpse into what happened to Neil and by extension, Lucy too. We see what happened to Neil through memories and visions, which, remember, was how we were told the story of Sam when he was a BB and of his father, Clifford Unger. The areas that Sam got taken to were places that existed in Neil's own head. The first one, for example, was a representation of the hell that went down during the Day of the Dead parade in Mexico, which was interrupted by natural disasters, chaos, BTs, and we saw what happened to Neil during that time just now.
The times we've encountered Nirvana. The first was amidst flames, and the second was in what seemed to be flood-ravaged ruins. Now, I believe that you were previously transported to a realm not unlike a battlefield. The places we found ourselves in are similar in that they were the sites of disasters. This is just a theory, but it could be the case that what we've seen is a reflection of Neil's mental state. He may have been a first-hand witness to a terrible tragedy which left a lasting mark on him.
So remember I said Bridges were conducting their own secret experiments that even Bridget Strand didn't know about? That they were procuring brain-dead women who were pregnant and smuggling them across the border into America? Well, Neil was one of these smugglers. Because of his smuggling of drugs and other illicit stuff into the UCA, Bridges used that against him as blackmail in order to coerce him into carrying out this smuggling work for them. Neil had dooms, as we know, and he was to meet a counsellor to discuss his worsening mental state, and this counsellor was Lucy Strand, Sam's wife. The first session wasn't going very well, so Neil went to leave, but Lucy stopped him.
You really don't remember me.
Neil noticed a scar on her hand. Turns out that Lucy was the young girl that Neil abandoned back in Mexico. She attacked him at first, but then they shared a moment, and it's clear that ever since that night when they were young, they had a connection. Neil would visit Lucy repeatedly, but their therapy sessions involved him talking about how the guilt of what he's being forced to do for Bridges was tearing him apart. He told her that he'd discovered he was bringing the pregnant women to Bridges for human sacrifice. Over time, the two of them grew closer and closer until they started an affair. But she grew to be paranoid as she felt that she was being followed and watched. Eventually, Lucy realised she was pregnant and that Sam was the father and not Neil. She called off their affair and called it a mistake, but Neil insisted that it was not. She says she loves Sam, and then Neil storms out. These memories now end here, but don't worry, that's not the end of their story. With the tar currents now stabilised, Sam is now back in the land of the living. He's still holding the keychain that Neil gave him. The Magellan has now arrived and Sam makes his way on board. Fragile tells Sam that the necklace Neil gave him was a memory drive. Lucy had uncovered some dark secrets when it came to Bridges' goals, and they're on there. Lucy went digging for info after Neil had spilled the beans during their therapy sessions. Fragile says that they also know now who the baby's real father was. You see, Sam was led to believe that the baby was Neil's, and this comes as a surprise to him, of course. On the memory drive was also an apology and an explanation. Sam's child was obviously the offspring of a repatriate. The world's first Bridge baby. Lucy knew that if Bridges found out about the baby being Sam's, they would use it as a test subject. She lied and pretended that the child was Neil's, which also explains why Sam thought the child was Neil's too. She wanted Sam to find out the truth, and that's why she gave the necklace to Neil. Unfortunately, this Lucy lore dump is cut short as an alarm blares out with Tarmans saying that there are more ghost mechs right on their doorstep. Going to the bridge, it seems Charlie has called a mission briefing.
I called this mission briefing to ensure that we're all on the same page.
Our objective and its surroundings are defended by a sizable contingent of ghost mechs. Clearly, they're not going to make it easy for us.
So, here's the plan. Tarman, you'll helm the DHV Magellan, as always. Rainey, I want you on the radar.
Leave it to me.
Depending on how things go, I may ask you to use your powers too. I was hoping you could provide fire support for Sam, with the ship's cannons.
That shouldn't be a problem. If necessary, I can use this to stay in the action.
As for you, tomorrow.
You know, she's arguably the best marksman on the ship, which would make her an ideal candidate for the miniguns.
Miniguns?
The DHV Magellan happens to have 2 of them mounted up top. The operator can control them remotely from the bridge. So you wouldn't be in any more danger than the rest of us.
And if she's even half as good as she's been in VR, those mechs won't stand a chance, right?
It's like VR? I can do that.
everyone's job set, Sam is to head out and battle his way through the ghost mechs while relying on the Magellan for fire support. He needs to get to Terminal Fort Not, as the President tells him that this last connection could result in the manifestation of not 1, not 2, but 3 plate gates. Sam takes a drawbridge terminal unit along with him as he'll need it to establish a connection, so he gets to work fighting through the mech army. Expanding the network through boosters, allowing the Magellan to keep up, Sam reaches the entrance to Terminal Fort Not and finds it teeming with ghost mechs. Pushing across the bridge, but finding himself surrounded, someone shows up to help.
Again.
Good man. Is that really you?
You need to keep moving. I'm going to take out the bridge.
Why?
For a friend in need. Apart.
Despite Deadman's help, Sam must now deal with the giant mech he's defeated twice already, as it's back for yet more punishment. Defeating it once again, Sam is now able to access the facility and bring it onto the chiral network.
Here's to the man of the hour. Our hero finally linked up the whole damn company. You know, I'd say this is a happy ending, but our story ain't over yet. Sadly, we won't be having ourselves a boss battle this time. There's just no point in it. You see, y'all can't win.
Sorry, but you are long past your prime.
Hello, beautiful.
Your damaged goods.
Tell me, does it still hurt? Memory of what I did. It does, doesn't it? Go on. In one word, but be my guest. Still as stubborn as ever. Oh, and by the way, Sam, it was me who killed Lou. Kinda tickles. Your thirst for revenge will never be satisfied.
Enough. I'm putting you down.
I'll take the damage and the cuts. I don't break that easy.
What?
take the damage and the goods. I don't break that easy. I'll take the damage and the goods. I don't break that easy. Take the damage and the goods. I don't break that easy. I take the damage and the goods. I don't break that easy. I'll take the damage and the goods. I don't break that easy.
Afterwards, and back on the Magellan with his mission complete, and after getting freshened up, Sam heads to the bridge. Arriving, everyone else there appears to be asleep. The President is there and he thanks Sam for everything that he's done. He explains that APAS were the ones that empowered Higgs, and that it was a necessary step. They gave him his mech army to do with as he pleased. He says that an existential threat was required in order for humanity to seek strength, and this was in the form of Higgs. A crab then crawls across the President's shoulder, indicating that he's not actually human. He says that Higgs was a complement to an all-encompassing algorithm. He says they'll continue their search for new plate gates, and those will lead to more continents where they can extend their reach. Humanity will be free from the need to move around, as due to the chiral network, things like porters, for example, won't be needed, as robots can do everything instead, eliminating the risk of running into BTs, according to APAS. This is humanity overcoming the Death Stranding. They call it the Zero Voidout policy. He mentions the true nature of the Death Stranding as determined by APAS itself. He explains that the Death Stranding was a phenomenon, which we know, but that extinction entities would like to alter the natural order, which is exactly what Bridget tried to do. He explains all about evolutionary stagnation leading to extinction and the like. Humanity has been called to move on so that another species can inherit the planet. He says that the chiral verse will allow them to prevent all forms of travel, and APAS plan to manage and control this aspect of human existence. He makes it clear that he and whoever he is with are not APAS, as APAS is just a system. Asking him what he is, the President's face seems to represent thousands of different ones, including the Elder, an elderly man that Sam had met during his journey across the UCA. After Sam had completed the UCA network, the Elder had left his shelter, moving to a new place which was an APAS data center, and he got caught up in a massive void out along with 4,000 other people. Reverting back to the present, he says their connection to the beach was not severed, and he transports Sam to the beach. On that beach there are many what appear to be servers, containing the souls of those lost in that void out along with APAS itself. Using their servers on the beach, APAS can remain connected to it, making APAS a mixture of human and artificial intelligence. The President claims that APAS is connected to the gazers, and it knows where they are at all times. By controlling gazers and humans' ability to travel, they will put an end to voidouts. This will cause the human species to stagnate, and humans may die in their bodies, but they will live on, neither alive nor dead, in the chiral verse, enduring as a soul. APAS will then continue to keep watch over all remaining life on Earth until the end of time, and as the President said, they will regulate the activity of other species. This is to ensure that no one species becomes an apex predator, as that is the mantle of humans on Earth. By being a soul in perpetuity, this will allow humans to survive extinction. The President's little speech is then cut short by Charlie, who says he's not about to let that happen, and whilst breaking into song and dance for some reason, Charlie is then revealed to have been, shock horror, Die Hardman all along. Being thrown back onto the Magellan again, Die Hardman is there for real. He tells the President that APAS never had complete access to Drawbridge's data, which is why they were unaware that Die Hardman was posing as Charlie the whole time. He explains the new Cupid design and that it was actually designed to limit the flow of information. Die Hardman contacted his friend who was Tarman, and they transformed the DHV Magellan into Die Hardman's vessel, hence the bridges funding the President found out about. Die Hardman was still the director of bridges at this point. APAS 4000 wanted to get Lochner to create the new Cupid, one that could be used by APAS in order to control all of mankind. At first, Lochner refused, but Die Hardman convinced her to take on the job. That's how it looked, at least. Really, she designed the Cupid not only to create connection, but also to sever the connection between Drawbridge's systems and the dead, or APAS 4000. APAS will therefore now revert to being, well, just a system and nothing more. The President says that by doing this, humanity will never escape the Death Stranding. Die Hardman tells the President that humanity will continue to make use of APAS, embracing the true potential of the chiral network. With everyone there, awake now, and the President learning the truth, he simply fades away. However...
What are you doing?
Damn it, stop! Get back, you fools! That's not me!
What the fuck?
Higgs. Broadcasting live from the beach. Same as it ever was. I've been puppeteering this whole thing the whole time. Yeah. All to pay back dear old Amelie for what she did to me.
This is about Amelie?
Yeah. See, I'm gonna crack open that beach she sealed away and kick off the last stranding. The perfect ending humanity deserves. And the sweetest revenge I could hope for to take out on that old bitch. And oh, yo. Good to see you again, by the way.
What makes you think you can pull it off?
Well, I'm so glad that you asked. You see, during my lengthy imprisonment, I had time to figure it out. All I needed was a catalyst with a connection to Amelie, and I could break through to her beach.
That connection is long gone.
Oh, Sam. Sweetheart, I'm not talking about you. This is the catalyst that I've been searching for. Brand new extinction entity. Still in the dark, huh? Your genes lined up beautifully. God damn, man. She's your daughter.
What?
Y'all want to come after us, be my guest. We'll be waiting on the beach.
With Higgs having taken Tomorrow with him on the beach, Hartman goes to the beach to try and find where they are. Fragile tells Sam there's no mistake, and that both his and Tomorrow's genetic profiles are indeed a match. She is his daughter. Die Hardman says that it's not impossible. As Sam was a member of Bridges with Dooms, Sam was obligated to give a sperm sample to them. She may well have been conceived by artificial insemination. It's become clear that with Tomorrow, Higgs may well be able to trigger the last stranding, the vector that he was searching for. They need to go to the beach and go and get Tomorrow back. Fragile suggests jumping via the beach, but this is a significant risk to her well-being. With no other option, really, they're going to take the ship to the beach. Sam and the crew get ready to travel to the beach to end this. Higgs was wearing Amelie's Kipu, but they need a connection from Sam's side. Needing to find something, Tarman tries to take the Magellan back to Sam's shelter, but he cannot move past a certain point due to more instability in the tar currents. Sam will need to go through the plate gate from Australia to Mexico. Sam heads off on the very long journey all the way from Terminal 4 Knot to the Plate Gate. Moving through it, he's back in Mexico. The region is seeing very high instability on this side too, and for good reason, as Sam is about to find out. Nearing the border, he has to deal with a massive BT. This is a tough one, but Sam is more than equal to the task and puts it down. Moving on and across the border, Sam eventually returns home to his shelter. Heading inside, Sam sees and remembers all the memories he'd made with Lou, but he does eventually find what he needs. The photograph of him, Lucy, and Bridget. This should serve as a tie to the Kipu Amelie wore and the one that Higgs is wearing. The Magellan arrives thanks to the now stable tar currents. It's time to end this. Heading to the bridge, the crew are getting ready to go to the beach. Fragile then kisses Sam, and using the connection to Amelie's Kipu along with all of their collective Dooms abilities, including Mama and Lochner, whose soul is likely contained within the new Cupid, Dorman's car form, Tarman's son, who still has his dad's hand attached to his arm, and of course Deadman, Sam and the Magellan along with his crew are all able to make it to the APAS 4000's beach. The jump has taken it out of Fragile, who is now very weak. Looking out across the beach, Rainey manages to find Tomorrow there. Unfortunately, their presence here hasn't gone unnoticed, and the Magellan takes the fight to the BTs. However, giant BTs emerge and they take on different parts and merge with other smaller BTs, becoming fighting machines, with there being many of them. Evading their attacks, the Magellan is eventually grabbed by a BT. Deadman and Hartman come up with a plan. Die Hardman shoots its head off with the railgun, and Deadman and Hartman take control of the BT. They then use the BT to place the Magellan onto where its head used to be. Integrating it into the BT, they can now control it and use it to fire the other ones. Whilst that's going on, having armed himself with Higgs' battle guitar, Sam makes his way across the beach, and he is eventually confronted by Higgs. Fighting him using the battle guitar, Higgs is defeated, but something happens to the beach. The last stranding is now underway, and with Tomorrow's power, a hole is being torn, revealing a door into Amelie's beach. Very soon, the BTs will head into the land of the living to deliver the extinction. He hears Higgs' voice coming from the servers, so he goes to confront him. Higgs says that due to the difference in how time flows on the beach, the year or so that he was left stranded on the beach equates to thousands of years. Thousands of years of isolation led to Higgs going insane, basically, and rage and a thirst for revenge consumed him. But one day, he could not take it anymore and decided to end it all. Before he did though, he was found by APAS 4000, and they thought he should team up with them to oppose Sam's mission in order to create resistance, just like the president said. Higgs, of course, would play along whilst working towards his own personal goal, which he reveals was the last stranding all along. Attacking Sam, Higgs asks what the point of this graveyard is, another feeble attempt at self-preservation. He says humanity deserves to go extinct. Another fight takes place and Sam is able to defeat Higgs once again. Sam then sees Higgs shredding, very high up, and he's still extremely bitter about Amelie choosing Sam over him back on the beach. He's clearly using Tomorrow's powers against her will in order to bring about his dream of the last stranding, and he calls her the new extinction entity. Sam joins Higgs. He needs to finish him off for good before Higgs' dream becomes a reality. They both then engage in a good old-fashioned boss fight. They even have a mid-fight shred battle because why not? Sam then proceeds to defeat Higgs, but even after a long fight, he still is not done. It seems to appear though that Sam is too late, as the last stranding is now happening. Tomorrow disappears and the hole closes up, but a giant baby drops through onto the beach. It's Lou? Higgs begins to sing to her, but she isn't having it and she eats him. The BTs fighting the crew fall down, and Lou flies off through the hole. Amelie then approaches Sam along with Fragile's car, who is carrying baby Lou. Amelie pushes Sam back into the seam, and this effectively seals off the beach, with the last stranding having been prevented again. In a slightly different repeat of how this all kicked off, with Sam going home with Lou, after making a delivery at the bottom of the mountain it's revealed to be just a memory, as Sam hears the Magellan and finds himself back on the beach again. Tomorrow is lying there and he holds her. They then board the Magellan, but there's some sad news for Sam.
Is she alright?
Unconscious, but unharmed. Sam. Listen.
Fragile?
Fragile's dead, Sam. truth is, she's been dead for some time. While you were away, searching for that photo, Fragile contacted me. Came clean about the whole thing. It happened back when she tried to jump Lou to safety. And she was in that space between the world of the living and the dead. And Higgs shot her.
As you know, the flow of time is different in our two worlds.
On the other side, Fragile's death was a tragedy that had already come to pass. On this side, however, her physical form still endured, if only for a while. Its end yet to arrive.
Fragile knew what the future had in store for her, and what she wanted to do with the time she had left. You were the one person she asked me not to tell, Sam. The only one. And I trust that you understand why.
I'm sorry, Sam.
Let him go.
There's something I haven't told you. When Higgs shot me, in that instant, my Ka and my Ha were separated from one another. And the fact that Lou and I were even able to make the jump had nothing to do with me. It was Lou. Lou connected us to those poor lost souls. And at the time, being with them seemed safer than with me. So I decided to leave Lou in their care. But afterwards, Sam, when you came and found me, I'd lost all memory of what I'd done. The only thing I knew for certain was that I was already dead. And that what little time I had left, I wanted to spend traveling with you. It wasn't until the moment we arrived at Apas's beach that I finally remembered. About Lou, about the jump, about everything that had happened. It's my fault that you never got to watch Lou grow up. Me, who stole all those precious years. I'm so sorry, Sam. I can't give you back the time you've lost. But promise me you'll make the most of your future. With Lou. You will never be alone. Death can't tear us apart. We will always be with you. Now go on. The others are waiting.
Wait! Heading to the bridge again, Sam joins with the crew as they prepare to jump back to the real world. Thanks to Hartman mapping the beach and retracing the tar currents that they travelled through to get to that beach, they are able to make their way back. But what's Neil doing here? Well, let's look at the rest of his and Lucy's story. We pick up the story after Lucy had told Neil that the baby is Sam's, and that their affair needed to end. Sometime later, she'd called Neil as she was desperate for his help. She begged Neil to help her keep the child safe by saying that the baby is his. The child of a repatriate was crucial for the Bridge Baby program, and they wanted the child. It was after she'd struck up a love affair with Neil that she saw her way out, a way to keep her baby safe from Bridge's experimentation. And Neil would come to reluctantly agree to help, despite being previously dumped by Lucy, and he would arrange for her to be smuggled across the border into Mexico, where she could hide from Bridges. He told her that he'd be back in the following week to pick her up, and this is when she gave him all of the dark secrets of Bridges in the pendant. Then, the following week, Neil returned to get her out of there. They would then attempt to leave.
He's a patient of mine. Thank you. Let me double check. Should work.
Thank you, guys. That's impressive.
Hold it! Don't move! Don't move!
You had to know. We'd never let you leave. You're carrying the child of a repatriate, after all. A test subject of incalculable value.
Gun! Put it down! Put it down!
No.
You're wrong, because that's my child. So back the fuck off.
Back off!
Neil.
No! Check fire! Check fire! Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
Lucy. Hey. Oh, fuck.
Neil.
You have to save her. Please. Please.
We can try. But there's going to be conditions. This child is invaluable to us. You have to agree to let us take it.
She'll survive. She'll survive. Give me your word.
I give you my word, Neil. I give you my word.
The extraction was successful. BB-00 was transferred to a sterilized pod and sent to a separate facility. Ready to proceed with corpse disposal. 1 male, 1 female. Impossible. What the hell? How long has it been like this? He's already succumbed to necrosis. What the hell? This doesn't make any sense. Close the innkeeper. Now go get out of here!
This is when the void out occurred. It also wasn't Lucy's body that went necro, it was Neil's. So, Lucy Strand's reported death was actually a cover-up by Bridges. As we saw earlier, they had stated that she ended herself due to the recurring nightmares after being pregnant with the child of a doom sufferer. Through Neil's memories, we see that Sam, who is the only survivor of this incident, would arrive. He saw that their child had been taken, and he carried Lucy's body away. Neil, on the other hand, found Lou, who had been left in the world of the dead by Fragile. Remember that Fragile said that she left Lou with those lost souls? Well, those lost souls were the souls of the people running around here in this place. The place where Sam got brought to and where he first saw Tomorrow. Tomorrow was effectively raised by the people in the world of the dead, including Neil, which is why he asked Sam to look after Lou. He's talking about Tomorrow. That's right, in a big twist that absolutely no one saw coming, Tomorrow is Lou. She grew up here, as remember, time flows differently. A few seconds in the real world could mean months or even years have passed in the world of the dead. Neil perhaps thought that Sam was a member of Bridges coming to claim the child he felt he needed to protect for Lucy after he'd failed to protect her, which is why he was so hostile towards Sam before learning of who he actually was. After arriving back in the real world, each member of the crew, asleep, are awakened by the flying creatures. It seems they all saw the vision of Neil's memory and how Tomorrow was raised, and that she is in fact Lou. After she is awakened, she is revealed to have the same birthmark that Lou did, and she tells Sam that she now remembers that she is his Louise. And the game then ends. In a mid-credits scene, we see that Drawbridge, and humanity for that matter, are indeed using APAS for its ability to automate. Robot porters are being used in order to transport cargo. Lou has become a porter herself. She sits down, lights a cigarette, and looks at some photos. She has a photo of her parents, Sam and Lucy, which has been restored by Rainey. It seems some time has passed, and Rainey has had her child, a healthy baby girl who is now a toddler. This clearly indicates that the balance between the beach and the real world has been restored. She then looks at a photo of Fragile, Rainey, and herself. It's revealed that she is sat in front of one of the plate gates that emerged after Sam had connected Australia, with this one resembling a pair of hands. Whether or not this is setting up a third game or a spin-off where we play as Lou remains to be seen. To finish, there was one thing that was kind of left there in the air. 21-minute syndrome. Obviously this is something that we'd seen in the first game through Hartman, that every 21 minutes his heart would stop and for 3 minutes he would go to the beach in search of his family. In Death Stranding 2 we meet the hydrologist, who experiences stomach seizures every 21 minutes, and this causes her to vomit. She can sense the tar currents and the waves on the beach. After meeting Hartman, they decided to study this condition together and would jump between hot springs along with transponders, and part of this research is why Hartman would give her his chiral tears after coming back from the beach, to try and better understand this condition. Later in the game we meet the sisters, the chronobiologist and the metagenomicist. They are also the daughters of the hydrologist.
I'm also a member of the 21-Minute Anxiety Association. The chronobiologist happens to be another member. We're sisters, in fact. Our mother belongs to the group too. She's a hydrologist working out of Hartman's lab. Perhaps you've already met? We've all got similar conditions, but I'm not sure if genetics is a relevant factor. But whatever the cause of our syndromes may be, we are all trying to study the world and find answers in our own ways.
We also meet Mr. Impossible, but they were a bit different in that they both died for 21 hours pre-Death Stranding and haven't aged since. The hydrologist set up the 21-Minute Anxiety Association, where they would meet and talk about their symptoms and so they would not feel alone. It's still a big mystery as to why this happened, but it's theorized that it's in some way connected to the very first life forms on Earth, that their creation came from elements in the oceans, and that humans have residual memories of this process, that it's something to do with the tides and the rhythm of the waves inside the body, which is more prevalent for sufferers of dooms. But that's it for the entire story of Death Stranding. This plot and its world are complicated, but I hope this video helped you to understand it a bit better. If you did enjoy this video, then please leave a like and subscribe to the channel to show support, and leave a comment below with your thoughts. But for now, take care, and I will see you in the next one.